And we are live. It's a doubleheader Friday. NashvilleLou live. Got Twitchy Tides Freeform Episode 6 on the air. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Coming up later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. I'll be playing live against Cartmanbrough. In Warsaken Blitz, we'll have Twitchy Tides games in between those Warsaken games. That should be a lot of fun coming up later on today. Got 7 people in right now for this first Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. Make that 9 up to 9. Let me jump in. That'll get us to 10, so we'll get this first game started here shortly. Make sure I get into that Ray, that reindeer. Actually, check that. I'm going to go with the Extra Life controller to start things off. Although, actually, you know what? I won't. I'll go with the Ray. We'll switch it here to show you how it works. If you're going to switch between the 5 fish you have in your Twitchy team, you can set that within Twitchy Tides, twitchytides.io, the website. So I went through and did some switching before the broadcast. Flipped a few things around. So let's say I want to switch it to the 3 spot. Suddenly that Extra Life charity controller turns into a Ray. We've got 10 people in for this first Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. You know the value of those points you can't get in those auto-run games. Those auto-run games are great fun, though. I'm so happy we have those. So many options and things to come. I'm watching and learning and waiting. But with this, a little different. I'm live with you here. These will count for leaderboard points. For the winner of the prize, a Warsaken foil prime card. Item from the NashvilleLou collection that can give you a boost in the fun new game, Meta Battler. In addition, get entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday of next week, Tides Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. 0300 UTC. We'll have a Faded Monsuda pack giveaway. The pack's provided by Sensei Bullrog personally for me to give away here live on stream. We got 10 players in. We've got Unmada, Jeff 0079, Canvas, SDB123, Rising Dragons, War, Cheshirski, Naznara, me, NashvilleLou with a Ray, that reindeer fish, and Nadu6. So 10 players. If I win, that first place prize goes to second place. This first game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. So here on this Friday the 13th, Twitchy Tides. Early on, Jeff taken out there by Debo the Shark. I didn't wind down the abilities of the opponents there as far as how many they can kill in a single swath. Although maybe it defaults to that. If so, that's actually quite wonderful. So I like opening this way. A little slower when you've got 10 in there versus 30 or 35. We're down to 8. Rising Dragons out now. SDB123 is out as well. That's why you fire up right away. Yeah, smart move there, Jeff. Depth charge. There goes Unmada. Also Cheshirski taken out. Down to 5. And different streamers have different ways of approaching this. Some people will open with the party. A bit of a buffer. My approach tends to be just getting to it. And there, speaking of getting to it, it's Debo. Got right to it. Taking out Naznara. Spin move. From Loire with that Ninja Turtle. Big worm with a hook. Didn't get to show off the snowstorm. I waited too long. We're down to 3. Nadu 6. Canvas. Loire. Final 3. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark going right to left. Nadu gets taken out. Flare command from Canvas with that Neon Leon. Down to these last 2. It's Canvas and Loire. One of these 2 will be the winner. But who will it be? Here comes Debo. Loire with that break spin. Effective. Canvas gets the bounce. Works those angles to get around Debo the Shark. The battle continues. Freeze move by Canvas with that Neon Leon. Depth charge takes out Loire. That's going to do it. So congratulations. Canvas 83 gets the victory in this first game of the broadcast. Prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of this broadcast, so have some patience. These tend to be lengthy broadcast because time for me just flies by. When I'm streaming Twitchy Tides, it is so much fun. But I do have to make sure I pace myself somewhat, knowing I've got this Forsaken Blitz coming up tonight, 6:30 Eastern. Here with you on NashvilleLou Live, taking on Cartman Bra on that. All right, let's look through the top 10 real fast. I mean, you know, pretty straightforward there. Even going out there first, Jeff, for that top 10 finish, the way it worked out, we had 10 in there. Let's get back open for the next game of Twitchy Tides. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat. Exclamation mark play. So I was doing some things with OBS Studio. Okay, how does this work with the image rotations? I've got it with, of course, hyping up Tides Tuesday next week. 10 p.m. Eastern start time for my leg of it. That's when we'll have those giveaways I've been talking about. Or drawings we'll have for the Faded Monsuda packs. More and more people will learn about Faded Monsuda. The game is still being developed for automation. They got Slick in there working with that. Slick, who does such a great job with Twitchy Tides. Things that might seem like little things end up being very big from an animation standpoint, from a collision detection standpoint. You're also making this work for people who may be on somewhat of a delay, often through no fault of their own, just whether the internet's slow or you know how it can be sometimes. You got a buffering device. Good luck with that. So it's exclamation point play to get into this next Twitchy Tides game. For top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. Those go, for people that are unfamiliar with this, what they're doing, I think this is a very smart move for Twitchy Tides. They've got it set up where you've got your top 150 finishers. The top 150 as far as the points earned. Those do not count auto-run games, at least the way it is now. But it counts as far as for these types of games here where I'm live with you. You need a minimum of 10. Typically, I like to have more than that, but early on in the broadcast, you just get started. It's so fun because I look at these, it ends up being dailies now as I've been broadcasting this so much. The Twitchy Tides. Still waiting for a category, Twitch, please. Please. You know, only thing I want for Christmas. Only thing I want. Twitchy Tides category here on Twitch, please. It'd be nice to have it on Kick as well, but let's not ask for too much. They might have a problem with that. But hello to everybody watching on Kick. There are people that watch me on Kick. Glad to have you here as well. Although there's not chat available over there. And to play Twitchy Tides, you have to be here on Twitch. So, nevertheless, some people just want to watch and listen. I've learned so much about at least from various people, and this certainly the subsect of people that are already on Twitch, but there's some people that just like to listen and they might not even play. There's some people that listen to me when they're trying to fall asleep at night. And not in an insulting way either, but especially with The Sims 3. And I intend on streaming more of that soon. But we're having so much fun here with Twitchy Tides. We got 7 people in already for this next game. I'll get in as well with exclamation point play. When we get to 10, we'll run the next game. And that clock on screen there, that's my additive. That's my addition to this as far as it's not quite as nice as the dark blue oval above it, since that has that black shadow to it. But this at least shows you I was messing around with the spacing. I gave it double space yesterday between the time and the S and since. I was afraid to be too close together. It might look weird. And sometimes it's tough for me to eyeball it on this smaller screen here on OBS Studio. I'll go back later. I always go back later and watch my broadcasts. So we got the last 2 hours of yesterday's to get through, but I always do get through them. All right, I give it my level best as far as my effort goes. Did I ever actually get in? And the answer is no, I didn't. And also, if you're joining with exclamation point play in chat, you might get challenged to make sure you're a real person, that you're not some sort of a bot or a script. And you'll just have to type exclamation point whatever they ask you to type in to confirm it's you. It happens at random. It happens to me sometimes here on my own stream, so it's an anti-bot measure. I applaud that. That's a difficult thing, and that is not my wheelhouse at all, figuring that out. Outsmart the machines. We got 10 in there, so let me join as well. This time I will use that Extra Life charity controller fish. If there are a couple more of those in that series, that'll be showing up hopefully sooner as opposed to later. Got in the stylings of the PlayStation style, the N64 style, and the Atari 2600, old school like me, and Atari 800 way back when. I actually thought the 800 was a better system than the 2600, but the 2600 was one a lot of people had. Never impressed with that. My Atari 800, I was very snobbish about it. I've got 2 cartridge ports, and I don't think that second port was like one thing that was useful for, because a lot of people had the 400, which was essentially the same, but just had the single port of entry. But in those old days, it's the experimental stuff. So much of that was brand new. You're learning what the customers are going to go for, what you're going to need. Trying to anticipate for the future. Not easy. It's kind of along the lines of what we have here with Freeform. I'm trying to think of what are people going to want long term. Let's take this overlay down. Got 14 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Taryn Lore, Bonnie T, Campus, Jeff 0079, Aegis 2017, Unmada, Chucky, Horror Slayer, me, NashvilleLou, Nadu 6, Rising Dragons, Naznara, Flower, and Loire. So 14 players. But for the top 10 finishers, they'll be getting leaderboard points in that monthly competition. You want to get one of those, something equivalent to what Flower has there for that top 75. That's spots 26 through 75. Got that one that I have as well, that Ray reindeer fish. But we've been talking about this, some people in the Twitchy Tides community. It's just going to get more and more intense and more fierce, people battling for those top spots. More people learn about the game. You triple the size of this game's base, and that's not going to take too long for that to happen. And you're still going to have the same 25 spots. So it'll be an interesting challenge. Flowers, and he was 14. If I win, the prize goes to second place for the winner. A Warsaken Foil Prime card. Item from the NashvilleLou collection. And an entry to the drawing we're going to have Tuesday next week. Tides Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. Be giving away Faded Monsuda. Sensei Bulldog generously donated some packs to give away, so we'll have some more of that. People really enjoyed that this past Tuesday to open the show, so we'll have that again Tuesday next week. 15 players with Silent One in. Let's get to it. If I win, prize goes to second place. And this second game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou Live. Big Worm with a hook. Takes out Chucky. Takes out Aegis. And the 13. Pink Felicia. Pink Felicia, snowstorm there from Flower with a Ray. Send Felicia back in the other direction. Down to 13. Depth charge. You see it there. Takes out Taryn, Lore, and Naznara. Down to 11. Pink Felicia up top going right to left. Eliminates Nadu 6. Gets sent back in the other direction. The top 10 are in there. Everybody here is going to have leaderboard points coming out of this. That monthly competition. Depth charge takes out Flower. Chain reaction gets 4 Slayer and Unmada. We're down to 7. Cannonball eliminates Silent One and Jeff 0079. We're down to 5. Bonnie T, Campus, Rising Dragons, Loire, and me, NashvilleLou. Extra Life charity controller fish, and here comes Debo. Debo the shark runs into a break spin. Advantage turtle. Now it's Debo going left to right. Bonnie T and Rising Dragons eliminated. We're down to 3. Loire, Campus, and me, NashvilleLou. Campus with that flare command. Now Debo. Debo the shark up top. Like, I'll avoid Debo here. Loire's going to get the bounce, and Campus using that flare command to send Debo back in the other direction. So the battle continues. Final 3. The second Twitchy Tides game of the broadcast. There's a doubleheader back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. With Warsaken Blitz, I'm out. Debo, the Shark, chomping away. We're down to 2. It's Canvas and Loire, the last 2. Got a break spin, got a regular spin, you got a cannonball. That eliminates Canvas. That's going to do it. Congratulations. Loire 0013 gets the victory. Spoils Canvas's hope for back-to-back wins to open the broadcast. But a strong start for Canvas. With a 1 and then a 2 to start things off. Good for those leaderboard points. So top 10 flower on up, you're getting leaderboard points. The better the finish, the more you get. I'll be getting some there. But ultimately, Loire get the most. Got the victory. Congratulations on the win. Back open for the next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation point play will get you in for this next Twitchy Tides game here on Freeform, Episode 6. So we'll have Tides Tuesday of next week, 10 p.m. Eastern is when my part of it starts. But keep in mind, Tides Tuesday is an all-day event. And it won't end with my show. I'll be raiding over to Cartman Bra. Had a lot of fun with that this past Tuesday. Cartman did a great job. I'll be playing Cartman live on stream later today in Warsaken Blitz. So that's going to be 6:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have Twitchy Tides games in between. The biggest challenge I've had with Warsaken Blitz has been finding somebody to play. So I think taking this approach, having one person, I think this will be effective as far as for encouraging other people that want to play, or maybe they want to promote something, they've got a new release, and they want to try out Warsaken. Kind of a win-win. It's just from a pacing standpoint, there's no way for me to play people, even if I had somebody there as far as being in charge of the contestants, a producer, as it were. Which I don't have, but if I did, even that, I don't think the pace would be fast enough for me. It's a live game show you're essentially doing. The nice thing with Twitchy Tides is a live game show that everybody watching can play. You can join with exclamation point play in chat, even if you don't have a wax wallet, even if you've never played Twitchy Tides, you've never heard of this, you stumble across my stream on the DraftKing.com. NFL Draft website that I've owned since 2003. Like, what is this live stream I'm watching here? This is Twitchy Tides. It is so much fun to stream this game. It's so much fun to play it. I'm going to check the settings. It felt like it started that first one on the very low, and then it switched to... Well, no, now it's... Yeah. That's the way I set it the last time. Maybe it does a different thing when there's fewer than 15. I don't know. Maybe there's no difference. It's my imagination. We got 14 players in this next game. Take this overlay down. I'll get in as well with exclamation mark play. Go with that Rainbow Soul the Catfish. Rare exclusive. All right. Let's go through the list of participants and we'll get this next game going here. Got Lexi Lex, Dadu6, Silent One, Chucky, Naznara, Jeff 0079, Flower, Loire, Canvas, Bonnie T, Aegis, Horror Slayer, me, NashvilleLou, Rising Dragons, Terran Lore. All right, so 15 players, top 10 finishers. You'll be getting leaderboard points, that monthly competition. TwitchyTides.io is the website. Find out more information there as far as the latest standings in the monthly battle. It's not just for bragging rights and the exclusive prizes. People have won. That's a couple of those, actually 3 of those Neon Leons in there. 4 Slayer, Fonty T, and Canvas have. It finished top 25 in October, which I did. I got one of those. Did not finish top 25 for November. Wasn't for lack of effort. More people playing, more people having fun with it. All right, 15 players. If I win, the grand prize goes to second place. That prize, grand prize, the first place prize. Warsaken foil prime card, item from the NashvilleLou collection, and an entry to the drawing. We're going to have Tuesday of next week, Tides Tuesday, that Faded Monsuda pack drawing. Had a lot of fun with that to start the show this past Tuesday. So back again for Tides Tuesday. My leg of at 10 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday next week. 15 players for this game. If I win, prize goes to second place. Game number 3, the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou Live. Cannonball. Chucky's out. Down to 14. Now it's Debo the Shark. Debo, sit one direction to the other. I've gotten dazed, but woke back up to chomp away at Terran, Lore, and Canvas. Down to 12. I do the 9 lives command here with my Soul the Catfish. I happen to get killed here the next little bit of time while I'm glowing. I'll mysteriously poof back into existence. Meanwhile, no messing around there from Pink Felicia, taking out Rising Dragons and Nadu 6 down to 8. So the remaining players, we've got top 10 finish here. They'll get some leaderboard points, but who's going to be the winner? Pink Felicia. Started to be coming in down Broadway right to left. Got sit back in the other direction. May have been that spook command from Jeff 0079. Meanwhile, Cannonball going right down, right to left, taking out Lexi Lex and Aegis 2017. We're down to 6. Depth charge. There goes 4 Slayer. There goes my Soul the Catfish. Taking out in that chain reaction you get with those depth charges. Down to 4. Silent One. Fonty T. Jeff 0079. And Lore. The last 4. Big Worm with a hook. The hook gets recalled. For the moment, all 4 players still in the mix. Cannonball takes out Fonty T. Takes out Loire. We're down to 2. Silent One. Jeff 0079. The last 2. Another Cannonball is going to eliminate Jeff. So congratulations. Silent One, 38, gets the victory. This third game of the broadcast. It's a good game. All right, so for the top 10, looking at leaderboard points for top 10 finish. The better the finish, the more points you get. All the way up to that top spot. Silent One gets the victory in this third game of the broadcast. Back open again for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat. The counting up clock that I have there. That's something of my own creation that I've added. It worked out well because I was going through yesterday and testing some things out with the overlay, and I noticed that an adjustment that had been made by Pop Paragon as far as where that spacing is, the total players, which was great because it gave me room to put in the count up clock there with the time since the lobby opened. But keep in mind, this is the first of a double-header broadcast day for me. Night 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC, just before midnight UTC. Be taking on Cartman Bra. Some Warsaken Blitz live on stream. We're going to have Twitchy Tides games in between those Warsaken Blitz games. That should be a lot of fun coming up later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, here on NashvilleLou Live. Next week, we're going to do the same thing, only we're playing over on Cartman's stream. We're going to try that. Be interesting. It's part of a Warsaken Friday train they got going on, so we'll have Rabbit Larry raiding in We'll have some good times with that coming up later today. Already have a dozen players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. You're on Freeform. You can get in with exclamation point play in chat. It's NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 6. This is a doubleheader broadcast day for me. I'll be back 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC, not too long before midnight UTC tonight, with Warsaken Blitz. I haven't streamed Warsaken in a while. Looking forward to that. We're taking on Cartman Bra. The next week is like a home and home series out of sports. Football, how the aggregate's going to be. But it should be a lot of fun. We'll have some Twitchy Tides games as well as those in between the Warsaken Blitz games. We'll get some Twitchy Tides in tonight as well. But here it's Twitchy Tides Freeform. We got 18 people in. I'm going to take this overlay down. I'll type an exclamation point play in chat. This time I'll use the Vape Ape from Las Vegas Ape. I gotta confirm. I gotta prove it's really me. Are you really NashvilleLou? How do we know? Kind of sus there, Pickney. Not sure it was really you. It confirms that you're not a bot. You type in what it asks you to. In my case, it was yes. Real complicated. All right, so 19 players in for this next game. For the winner, make that 20. Last chance to get in for this next game with exclamation mark play. Greetings and welcome, everybody. The NashvilleLou Live and Twitchy Tides Freeform Episode 6. Let's go through this list of competitors. Then we'll get the game going. So top 10, you're getting leaderboard points in that monthly competition that Twitchy Tides has. Try and be a top 150 finisher or a top 75. Top 25, you can really pull it off. Some cool exclusive stuff. But we've got Silent One, Loire, Flower, Four Slayer, Jeff 0079, Terran Lore, Canvas, Rising Dragons, Nadu 6, My Ive 21, Lexi Lex, Bonnie T, Naznara, Unmada, Chucky, Viper Czar, Aegis 2017, me, NashvilleLou, the Vape Ape, Zarveen, Liquid Chill, and Gentari is in to give us 21. So for the winner, the prize is a Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Give you a boost in the fun new game, Meta Battler. Plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday of next week, Tides Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern start time for that. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned your spot by winning here on Freeform. That's the only way to get into that drawing is to win. To get in that Faded Monsuda pack drawing we're going to have to open the show. You touch base with Pop as far as the stuff with the packs for giveaways. We'll get that figured out. Pop's been busy. I don't want to nag him about stuff, but we're going to have some cool stuff regardless. And that's coming up with Tides Tuesday. So a chance to get in with that with a win here. Tree Frog Not is in as well. Give us 22 players. If I win, that top prize goes to second place. Game number 4 of the broadcast. Freeform Episode 6 begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live. Right away, a depth charge takes out Viper Czar and Chucky. And now it's Debo. Debo the Shark takes out Silent One before getting popped right there in that corner. Down to 19. Pink Felicia takes out Fawny T and Lexi Lex. Down to 17. I have most of the enemies capped at 2 kills per crossing. With a cannonball, it's 3. It can get a little bit weird with a depth charge sometimes. So you get that chain reaction. So keep that in mind. Different commands for fish. The special abilities. Depth charge takes out Lexi Lex, Canvas, Nadu 6 down to 15. You look at this banana command to work. By just typing exclamation banana. That's how it is for the Vape Ape. The Big Worm with a hook. My Ive and Flower eliminated. We're down to 13. Players looking for a top 10 finish to get leaderboard points. Big Worm with a hook. Aegis eliminated. But Big Worm was stopped there thanks to that I think it was Lar for that spin move. Lar gets caught right there with a hook. We're down to 10. So the remaining players be getting leaderboard points for these top 10 finishes. But who's going to be the winner? Depth charge. There goes Tree Frog Nada. Down to 9. Cannonball. Gintari's out. We're down to 8. It's too soon for another banana. Unmata with that. The Lambo making it rain. Here's a banana. The vacuum trying to pull a banana off the screen. It just won't go. It's not going to budge. Finally disappears. This is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. Freeform, episode 6. Depth charge takes out Unmata, and we're down to 7. Cannonball up top. There goes 4 Slayer. We're down to 6. There in that left corner, I'm taking my overlay down. Got Terran Low over there with that Buster Beaver building a dam. Depth charge. See that blinking red. Rising Dragons hits the depth charge. Eliminated. Zarvine taken out as well. We're down to 4. Jeff 0079. Liquid Chill. Terran Lore. And me, NashvilleLou with the Vape Ape. Last 4, and here comes Pinkful Asia. Pinkful Asia going left to right. They'll be sitting back in the other direction. Terran Lore runs into Felicia on the way out. Tough break there. We're down to 3. We're going to play another banana. Banana. Snap the line there. That hook from Big Worm. At least that was the look of it. So it's Jeff 0079. Liquid Chill just got hit with that cannonball. So Jeff's going to get the prize regardless. Since I'm in there as the other participant remaining. My win prize goes to second place. That might not matter with Painful Asia, although my Vape Ape's going to get out of the way. Jeff with well-timed spook command with that jack-o'-lantern looking fish there. It's going to hide behind the logo. And that's going to do it as my fish. It's a depth charge at Vape Ape. And so it's Jeff 0079 getting the victory. Congratulations on the win, Jeff. So 4 games and thus far 4 different winners. Start the show off here with Twitchy Tides Freeform episode 6. Well, it's a good game. We had some good games here. I think this particular layout with the opponents, as far as capping the kills, I think that from a pacing standpoint works pretty well. Maybe there's an upward limit of where, okay, to speed it up. But as usual, it's fun. It's Twitchy Tides. Let's see, you got top 10 finishers. You're getting leaderboard points out of this. So Tree Frog Nada on up. And it's Jeff 0079 getting the victory. His 4th game of the broadcast. Back open for the next Twitchy Tides game with exclamation point play in chat. So again, this is a double-header broadcast day for me. I'll be back 6:30 Eastern. 6:30 p.m. Eastern. With Warsaken Blitz, I'll be taking on Cartman Bra. We're going to have some live Twitchy Tides games in between those Warsaken Blitz games. So that should be a lot of fun. It's coming up 6:30 p.m. Eastern tonight here on NashvilleLou Live. Next week, we'll do a rematch. We'll play on Cartman's stream. A home-and-home series. But I've been really wanting to stream some Warsaken Blitz. Looking forward to that coming up later tonight. But right now, it's Twitchy Tides Freeform. Lobby's open 42 seconds. You got 10 people in. People around the clock are looking to play Twitchy Tides, especially games where it counts for the leaderboard. And there's a lot of fun to be had with those auto-run games. Real creativity already on display from some of the various people with the bulls and the setup to do so. It's a little bit of a different approach here. I'm live with you. And that's what people usually demand from me anyway. They prefer me to be here to talk to them. Part of the draw, Lou. Getting to hear you talk. All right. All right, so we're going to get 14 in. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 6, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live with Twitchy Tides, Freeform, Episode 6. A doubleheader broadcast day for me. I'll be back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. That's the start time. I'll be taking on Cartman Bra and Warsaken Blitz. You've seen I've given away a lot of Warsaken cards here. Got more than 13,000. I've got a few that I can spare. But I love Warsaken Blitz. We're going to have some fun with that. I also love Twitchy Tides. We've got 21 players in for this next game. We go ahead and bring the overlay down. I'll jump in as well with exclamation point play. Greetings and welcome, everybody. Glad to have all y'all here with me. This time, let's use the Neon Leon. Talked about that before. Several Neon Leons here. I got 5. You can tell people know the value. Those top 25 finishes from October. You can see it here in effect there. Those really nice Neon Leon fish that you had to earn them or otherwise acquire them from somebody that earned them. So let's see. We got 22 players in for this next game. It's your last chance to get in for this game with exclamation mark play and then hit enter. Lest I leave that part out and confuse anybody. So 22 players. Let's go through the list of participants and we'll get to this next game. Got 4 Slayer, Shinteri, Flower, Terran Lure, Azile, Silent One, Campus, Tree Frog Nada, War, Jeff 0079, Liquid Chill, Nadu 6, Zarvine, Prince Paradox, hello, Bonnie T, Chucky, Naznara, Fat Boy B, hello. Jamie Penguins, Rising Dragons, me, NashvilleLou, and Lexi Lex. That gives us 22 players. Top 10 finishers, you'll be getting leaderboard points. That battle, trying to finish in that top 150, top 75, or if you're really daring, that top 25. It's not going to get any easier as far as getting those high finishes. The more people get on board to play this game, top 25, still going to be a top 25 regardless of what kind of player base you got. And word is spreading. People are noticing this game is a draw. And they won't even have a category for us here yet that we can use. There are things that are outside of control of people sometimes. So luckily there's enough word of mouth. We don't even have to have a category to have people here ready to play, ready to go. So 22 players, top 10, you're getting leaderboard points. For the winner, it's a Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. It's my artwork on wax. Give you a boost in the game Meta Battler, plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have on Tides Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern. Faded Monsuda packs. Sensei Bullrog donated to me to give away here on the show. We'll have some more of those coming up Tuesday and next week. Panda Chan is in to give us 23 players. So if I win, first place prize goes to second place. And this will be game number 5 of the broadcast. This 5th game of Twitchy Tides begins now. Thank you, Prince Paradox. Appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Begin with 23. And right away, it's Big Worm with a hook, taking out Chucky and Fat Boy B. Down to 21. And there's some great things you can get from those auto run games, as you've got Pink Felicia coming through, taking out Canvas, taking out Liquid Chill. But as far as the leaderboard points, those auto run games, the way it is now, won't help you as far as that goes. So games like this, certainly important. They're a draw. That's why I can stream in the middle of the night U.S. time with barely any notice given. And people will show up. So many of you have been playing this for a while now. You know how much fun this is. Zarvine and Naznara taken out there by Big Worm with a hook. We're down to 17. And it's Pink Felicia coming through. Lexi Lex and Flower eliminated. Down to 15. Got 5 different Neon Leons in there. I'm not even using the flare command on mine. Got some cover in there. Some of the others. Meanwhile, Pink Felicia, unconcerned about any sort of cover. Cutting through, taking out Jamie Penguins and Nadu 6. We're down to 13. That's Pink Felicia going right to left. Taking out Rising Dragons and Azile down to 11. More than half the field is out. The Neon Leon's still well represented in there, I might add. Flare Command's pretty strong. Pink Felicia takes out Silent One, takes out 4 Slayer. We're down to 9. So the remaining fish all got a top 10 finish. You know, get some leaderboard points. But who's going to be the winner? If you want to look at, there's a depth charge. My fish is out. We're down to 8. And those leaderboard standings are available, and you can sort them by any number of ways. But all that's available on twitchytides.io. And now it's Pink Felicia trying to sneak in under my logo there. Got sussed out, sitting back the other way. Depth charge. There goes Loire and Fawny T. So we're down to 6. Depth charge. See that ominous blinking right up top. Jeff, some dangerous moves there, getting past it. Prince Paradox hits the depth charge, gets blasted. We're down to 5. Big Worm with a hook. Panda Chan. It's out. We're down to 4. It's Genteri, Tree Frog Nada, Jeff 0079, and Terran Lore, the final 4. Pink Felicia going right to left, takes out Tree Frog Nada. Down to 3. Terran Lore, Genteri, Jeff 0079. Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 6, and it's a depth charge. Lower mid, that takes out Genteri. We're down to 2. Move my overlay. Terran Lore builds a dam in the bottom left corner with that Buster Beaver. Jeff 0079 froze there for a minute. Meanwhile, Cannonball is going to take out Terran Lore, and that's going to do it. So congratulations, Jeff 0079. Back-to-back wins. Here on Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 6. And please remember, prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of this broadcast. Those will be sent from my fulfillment wallets on Wax. If you have any question about a prior broadcast or any wins or what I've sent out or where it's gone, it's all right there on the Wax chain. It's very, you can look it up. It's easy. You don't have to log in to look it up. Super easy. If you ever have any question, feel free to let me know if you ever think you didn't get something you were supposed to. I try to be as diligent as possible with that. Double and triple check. Very important to uphold stipulations here on NashvilleLou Live. All right, so top 10 finishers, 4 Slayer on up. I get a little bit as far as those monthly points as well, but not as many as those that finished above me, including Jeff 0079, who got the victory. Back-to-back wins. Back open now, game number 6 of the broadcast. Nearly an hour in. Time just flies by with this game. It's really something. Twitchy Tides is so much fun. Remember, I'll be back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. With my friends in Europe, friends in Africa, y'all are staying up late Friday night. You want to see what this Warsaken Blitz is all about that I've been talking about for months and months now? Why I'm so enthusiastic about that game. We'll have that. I'll be taking on Cartman Bra. It'll be a home and home series next week. Next Friday, we'll be doing the same thing, only Cartman will be live over on his stream. I'll be playing off stream. I may have a recording of it that may be something I'll post on YouTube later. We'll see. But the important thing is to keep the train going with the Warsaken Friday. If people play, I'm not sure when it gets started. I'm not sure what happened with Geller. 5-minute Masters, but whatever the case, they've got stuff planned out for today. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but I know it'll be after Rabbit Larry. I'm looking forward to that. She does a great job, both with Twitchy Tides and with Warsaken. I've been wanting to do this, but I've been wanting to do it the right way. And this, I think, will be the right way with Warsaken Blitz. We're going to have plenty of Twitchy Tides as well. You know I mix this game with everything. Why not? I mean, There are some of you that probably would watch my real life sports broadcast if we had Twitchy times during the break, but I stay in my lane with that stuff. You pay me to announce, I will do the announcing. I'm not going to run games on the side. We can get an intern in there to handle that. You never know, right? All right, we got 17 players. My goodness. We'll get this next game started here in a few minutes as we get ready in this second hour of Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 6, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here. We pass 7 a.m. Eastern. Quick reset. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. It's a double-header day for me today here on NashvilleLou Live. Got Twitchy Tide's Freeform. More than an hour in. Time just flies when I stream this game. It flies by when I play it. I've enjoyed playing a lot of the different auto-run games that some of the various streamers have as well. You can win some cool prizes that way. It's very interesting to me to see the approaches taken. Really put it and make that microphone pop for everybody. That giant red that popped up on that OBS Studio, I accidentally bumped the microphone cord there. Anyway, point though is that those auto-run games are great fun. You can win some cool prizes, but you can't get leaderboard points from them, at least the way it is now. And so with this, you got an opportunity to get some leaderboard points. And I know that many of you are aware of that, because here we are at 7 a.m. Eastern. Me in this unusual time slot. We got 27 people in here. I'll be back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. We get too rowdy tonight out there in Europe. Flip on NashvilleLou Live here on Twitch. Also a simulcast on Kick. There were 4 people watching there early. It's like, wow, we got people up and at 'em on Kick watching as well. Now, you can't chat there the way I've got it set up on Kick, and you can't play Twitchy Tides there, but you can watch. And if you want to watch me there, that's why it's there. It's an option. Also here on Twitch, of course, and we got 27 players in. Let me take the overlay down. We got the switching part now. Get that advert there, top right corner. Warsaken live today, taking on Cartman, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll have some Twitchy Tides games. We'll have some nice prizes, too. So you'll want to check that out. I'll be between those Twitchy Tides, between those Warsaken Blitz games, we'll have some Twitchy Tides games in there. But even if Warsaken Blitz isn't your favorite thing, do my best to make it worth your while to check it out. It should be fun. Have a great time with it. All right, let's bring down that overlay. Let me jump in as well with exclamation mark play. If you haven't gotten in yet and you want to, do so now. I'll use the 5 spot in my Twitchy team where you can designate 5 different fish. Numbers 1 through 5, and then just list it accordingly with the exclamation point play and then whatever number you want. So if I want to switch that to the Vape Ape with the exclamation play and the number 2, see, boom, it switches to the Vape Ape. You'll play 1. The 1 spot, I actually cycled out the white and yellow Solar Catfish in place of this, the rainbow Solar Catfish. You don't want to do it too. People might get annoyed if you do it too much in the chat. But just trying to demonstrate how this works. And let's go back to that. The Extra Life Charity Controller fish. That's the first one of a series. Really cool to see what CS Sully did as far as spearheading that. Welsh to NFT. Put his money where his mouth is. Where the wax is. Not talking wax P. Want to get waxed to get a certain amount of money raised. Man. Dude. Bravo, pal. I would not be willing to do that. Nothing against for anybody. Just not my thing. But he's willing to. And man, people have responded. It's great. So we got 29 players, and let's go through this list of participants. We'll get the next game going. Top 10 finishers. You're getting leaderboard points. Many of you know how important that is. That's why you're here. In addition to that, the winner gets a Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. My artwork on wax. All promotional items I got there. They all work the same within the fun new game Meta Battler. And give you a boost in that game just for having that in your wax wallet, even if you don't use my cards in that game. In addition, the winner will receive entry into the drawing we're going to have next Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, Tides Tuesday. Be giving away Faded Monsuda packs. Sensei Bullrog generously donated those to me a few weeks back. Say, okay, when people give me things to give away, I take it very seriously. So I'll make sure treat everything with great care and make sure it's utilized to its full potential. So we'll be doing that. Because there was a big reaction, a big positive reaction. People love Faded Monsuda. That game is still in the process of getting set up for automation. But if you love Twitchy Tides and what Slick has done with I'm sure design is part of it, but the engineering, the construction of the game, the coding, the programming, the stuff that I struggle with but have had to learn through the years almost out of necessity. If you wanted to write and post your thoughts on the internet in 1995, you had to learn HTML. You couldn't Google how to do that in 1995 because Google didn't exist yet. I taught myself HTML thanks to my buddy Andy Capps. Ended up being in the same fraternity in Kappa Tau at University of Evansville. But I met him he was a year older, and he knew they'd set up the year prior with the HTML, with the internet at the University of Evansville, thinking that's more than 30 years ago when he started there. Time waits for no man, right? It's not going to wait any longer for this game. We got 30 players in Solkanar, Canvas, and... Did I already go through the rundown? I don't believe I did. I'm derelict in my duty. Let's go through the list of participants. We got Jungle Banano, Flower, told too many Evansville stories, Rising Dragons, Terran Lore, Winterfell, War, Jeff 0079, Nashville, Tree Frog Nada, Four Slayer, Nadu 6, Silent One, Chucky, Brazen Blake, Zarveen, Flantality, Liquid Chill, Azile, Lexi Lex, Zaruba, Jamie Penguins, Unmata, Prince Paradox, Naznora, me, NashvilleLou, Viper Czar, Fawny T, Ginteri, Solkanar, Canvas, 30 players, a Royal Rumble-sized field. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second. I didn't win a single time in the first week of Freeform. Like a rib, because then yesterday I won 2 of the first 3. It's like, okay. It's like a deductible's been met. Okay, I'll give Pickney some wins. Going Tonto, my little sidebar there at the end. Enough time for Going Tonto to get in. Hello, Going Tonto. Greetings and welcome, everybody. 31 players. Let's get to it, shall we? If I win, grand prize goes to second place. It begins now. Twitchy Tides Freeform. Remember, I'll be back later today. Big Worm with the Hook takes out Brazen Blake and Jimmy Penguins. We're down to 29. I'll be back later today with Warsaken Blitz. Be taking on Cartman Bra. We'll have some Warsaken Blitz. We're going to have Twitchy Tides games in between. Should be a lot of fun for all involved. Zarveen and Silent One eliminated. Down to 27. That Big Worm with a Hook in the middle hits Naznara. Viper Czar gets snagged on the way up. Down to 25. With most of these enemies, I have them capped at 2 kills per crossing. Cannonball's got 3. And the depth charge sometimes has a mind of its own. So duly noted there. But like with Debo, that's 2 and done. So Debo on this pass won't be able to take out anybody else. A little consolation, though, for Zaroba and Unmata, who are out. Down to 23. I don't have to do the heavy lifting with this. The game itself is entertaining. I just tell you what's going on. It's great. Cannonball. Like I said, that Cannonball, extra oomph to it. Chucky, Fawny T, and Prince Paradox all eliminated. So we're down to 20. Now it's Debo the Shark going right to left. Canvas and Terran Lore both eliminated. Now, sometimes Debo can be dangerous on the way out like that. Now we got Slime. Lexi Lex with a pink slime. And some of these fish have some unique abilities. Meanwhile, Debo's up top. Got Pop. Speaking of unique abilities, look at that super spin there from Going Tonto. The fish will and do fight back against the opponents. These opponents are relentless. Jungle Banano. I'm sure Terran Lore got nabbed there as well, if that happened before that. We're down to 17. It's tough to keep track. There's a lot going on here on screen. Lexi Lex eliminated by Pink Felicia. Advancement was stopped there for Felicia, but damage done. Depth charge takes out Ginteri. We're down to 15. More than half the field is out. Remember, a top 10 finish means you're getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition. And it's Pink Felicia cutting through. Jeff 0079 and Tree Frog Nada are out, down to 13. Where you don't get leaderboard points for those auto run games. Those auto run games are great fun. I look forward to digging into that and setting my own up when the time is right. This is a little bit different, though, here. You got me live in person. You got Flantality, Hooked, Big Worm. We're down to a dozen. Those leaderboard points, that's how you get a top 25 or a top 75. Azile's out, I'm out. So the remaining fish, you all have a top 10 finish. You're getting some leaderboard points. The better you finish, the more points you get. But who will be the winner? You want to learn more about Twitchy Tides? TwitchyTides.io is the website. You go to this link from there to the Twitchy Tides Discord. As Painful Aisha takes out Winterfell and Rising Dragons down to 8. There's some very helpful people in the Twitchy Tides Discord. Be glad to help you out. Much like the Warsaken Discord, I think highly of that as well. And in general, I'm kind of down on Discord as far as I think too much gets hidden behind there as far as promotional. But when you've got like-minded people in small groups, you can do some great things there. Nash and Going Tonto. It took some time for Debo to get somebody there. Only got 2 fish on the way out. And we're down to 6. Big Worm with a hook takes out Nadu. Nadu 6 is out. We're down to 5. Cannonball, Lure, Solkanar, and Liquid Chill are out. We're down to 2. It's Flower and 4 Slayer, the last 2. Flower with the Ray Ray. 4 Slayer with that Neon Leon. So it's a reindeer versus the fish. And it's Painful Aisha. Ground level going left to right. Finally scoots off screen. Return of Painful Aisha. Coming down Broadway, left to right. That's going to take out Flower. And that's going to do it. Congratulations, 4 Slayer. Victorious here in the 6th game of the broadcast here on Twitchy Tides Freeform episode number 6. All right, so of course the top 10 finishers getting leaderboard points, that monthly competition. People that finished below me, sad participant number 11. But top 10, you're getting leaderboard points. Winterfell on up. And it's 4 Slayer getting the victory. Game number 6 of the broadcast. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou Live. Day-night doubleheader for me. Got Twitchy Tides Freeform. I'm not sure how long we'll go with this. Hopefully for a while. So I have so much fun with this. I don't want to box myself in. But I don't want to overdo it either, because I'll be back at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC, with Warsaken Blitz. That's coming up later today. Taking on Cartman. It'll be a home-and-home series. So for this Friday, it'll be here on NashvilleLou Live. I'll have the broadcast. It'll be taking on Cartman. Play for a couple hours, 2.5, however long it needs to be. It was going to be us, or me, raiding into Soul the Cat, and I think they may have switched it, so I'm not sure if it's going to be Heretic or who it's going to be. But we'll get that figured out later. That's well a ways away from now. I know that Rabbit Larry's going to be raiding into me. It's the Warsaken Friday. It's kind of like, the Tides Tuesday, where the train kind of one raids into the next when it's working properly. Same thought here. And so I definitely want to try some things from a co-streaming standpoint. I think there's a lot of potential. I think from a learning standpoint, for people that are brand new to it, I see huge potential with it. It's exclamation point play to get in. I think you've kind of figured that out. We're going to have 15 people in less than a minute to open in the lobby. And then on screen, that lobby open part, that's the thing I added to it. Tried it out yesterday. I really liked it. Gives people an idea. But you've got tremendous latitude. If you want to wait for an hour with just the names on screen, you've got that freedom. You wait for several hours. Some streamers take that approach. So I'm letting people know, okay, if you're flipping on here, for those just tuning in, I want to welcome our new audience. Like they say in football games, when it's a doubleheader and the late game gets joined to progress by. That's, as much as I love sports broadcasting, there are some challenges on that higher level that I'm glad I haven't had to run into as much. When you get people that are producing you, like normally if I'm doing a men's lacrosse broadcast for Swanee Tigers, I love calling those games. Oh, I've had so much fun with that. It's the most fun I've ever had calling a sport. Even more than American football. I never thought would be the case. I love American football. But men's lacrosse, NCAA, men's lacrosse is more fun. Those college games, man, those are fun. 21 players in already. 2 minutes of me talking about lacrosse. We already got 21 people in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation point play will get you in. So we're hoping for a top 10 finish. That's going to get you points for the leaderboard. TwitchyTides.io, the website. Keep an eye on when you get in with exclamation play. You might be prompted by the Twitchy Tides bot to prove you're really here and not just some sort of script that goes off every X amount of minutes. A lot of that goes over my head from a programming standpoint, but I feel pretty confident that between Hot Paragon and what Slick's doing with the programming, and also what Slick's doing with Faded Matsuda, I mean, it dovetails together quite nicely that we got those Faded Matsuda packs to give away on Tides Tuesday to start off that show. 10 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday next week. Tides Tuesday is an all-day event. But the way it's been the last several weeks, and I imagine will continue to be, with MJ Onji rating in. Really appreciate that, MJ. Very good at being punctual. Does a good job with the show. It's entertaining. It works out well. And then last week, this past Tuesday, we had the debut of Cartman Bra, who followed me. He did really well. He drew a nice audience. He's got some reach beyond just the world of wax gaming, which I think is important for Twitchy Tides to grow and to thrive. And it already has. I mean, this base audience we have here, there's plenty of competition, if you haven't noticed by now. People clamoring to play. They want those leaderboard points. They want those top 10 finishes. They want to play those auto run games. They want to win prizes. If you have a wax wallet, and it's not that tough to set one up, there's information over on the Twitchy Tides website if you need info on that. But even if you don't have a wax wallet, if you have no intention of ever getting one, you don't want to own anything, you don't want to pay anything, you can play for fun. With exclamation point play in chat, the game will assign you a fish, and you just play for fun if you want to. But most of you are here because you want those top 10 leaderboard points, and why not? We got 26 players in. It's 4:18 in the morning out in Los Angeles, but there are people around the world that love this game. They'll play any hour. I look at those stats afterward that Twitch provides, and it's only about half U.S. and then half from there. We got people in Saudi Arabia that watch. We got people in the Philippines. We got people. It really is around the world, and it's great to have all of y'all here with me. The novelty of this still, years later, has not worn off because so many years into my broadcasting career, this wasn't possible. To be able to, from home, by myself, broadcast to the world. I'm having to pay. It's like, Twitch, they're a business partner of mine, of course. So, of course, I'm going to speak positively, but I'm glad to do so. They get annoying sometimes with the trying to prompt people to clip at all times. They're going back to that again. So sometimes we don't see eye to eye, but overall, they're a great business partner to have because they bring this to the world. I have to pay them to stream it. If you think about it from that standpoint, to me, it makes it worthwhile. And plus, with Twitchy Tides, it's the place to do it, right? Plus, we got Kick. There was a time when Twitch wouldn't let you stream if you were, I believe, affiliate or partner. You could not stream to other platforms, and they've since done away with that. So, Twitch is the one this is where my business is with that, but I'm on Kick as well. There are people that watch me on Kick, which is great fun to have as well. Always going to have multiple options. If for some reason people can't watch on Twitch or for whatever reason it's restricted, then you got another choice, and some people just prefer to watch there. And that's A-okay. There's no chat there. You have to be over here to play Twitchy Tides, but some just want to watch, just want to listen. All right. There are 26 people in here ready to go for this next game. Let's bring this overlay down. I have to do a better job with that bottom left corner. I started to mess around with trying to get it. It's just kind of a black background. It has got the longer version of the NashvilleLou Live in there with a photo of me. So yes, that's really me with a headset. Let's be looking happy. Outside. It was a nice day, calling an American football game. Meanwhile, here it is, 6:20 a.m. local time for me. From my home, but not having to need anybody else to handle it. I could use people to handle the technical stuff if you've seen some of the blunders I've made with that, but that aside, I don't have to have that. And I can broadcast to the world. Literally people around the world, and they love Twitchy Tides. You don't even have to understand the language. You know how to type in the commands and get it ready to go. I mean, some things transcend language, right? Twitchy Tides is one of them. All right, so let's take this overlay down like I said I was going to do. And I'll jump in with exclamation point play in chat. Last chance if you want to get into this next game. Well, let's go with... Okay, I don't have to put the 1 after it, but I will since I already typed it. Right there, it popped up that Rainbow Soul the Catfish. We've got 27 players in for this next game. I'll run through the list of participants. So if you're not in now and you want to be, I do so right now. Type exclamation mark play in chat. That'll get you in for this next Twitchy Tides game. But first, this list of participants. We got Nashja, Forslayer, Chucky, Lore, Zarvine, Jungle Banano, Prince Paradox, Flower, Winterfell, Silent One, Liquid Shell, Bonnie T, Rising Dragons, Nanu 6, Random King, Lexi Lex, Jeff 0079. Taking sips of water here. From there, Panda Chan, Azile, Terran Lure, Nasnara, Going Tonto, Flantality, Tree Frog Nada, Viper Czar, me, NashvilleLou, Canvas, Jamie Penguins, Genteri. 29 players in. Top 10 finishers, you're getting points for that monthly leaderboard. For the winner, prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Give you a boost in the game. Meta Battle. In addition, we're getting entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday next week. Tides Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. 0300 UTC. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned it here live on stream. Certainly, of course, you're invited to watch and possibly see yourself win live on stream. We had 3 different winners this past week. Some of y'all in here. Jeff 0079 that won that Shatter and Crumble pack. Nadu 6 won the Joints and Flower pack. Silent One won the Bongs and Zongs pack. So, many thanks again to Sensei Bullrog for giving me some of those packs to give away. We've got more of those coming up. The only way, though, and again, think about last week. I played, 97 of them in total. I played in all 97 games. Didn't win a single one. Didn't qualify. Even though I wouldn't have qualified, so I would have just bumped it to second place like what we've got for this week. So game number 7 here in the broadcast. 29 players. Top 10 finish means leaderboard points. Number 1 finish, if I happen to get it, goes to second place. So this next game of Twitchy Tides on Freeform episode number 6 begins now. Good luck. NashvilleLou live. Right away, it's Debo. It's Debo the Shark. Bottom part of the screen going right to left. Chomps away, taking out Zarvine and Flower. I've got most of those opponents, those enemies, capped at 2 kills per crossing. Cannonballs 3. Now it's Debo again. I say per crossing for a reason. Debo's back. Terran, Lore, and Canvas eliminated. We're down to 25. Sometimes the depth charge will have that chain reaction, so you can't count it being only 2, but that's usually what it tends to be with this. Tree Frog Nada. Speaking of depth charge, just hit that one. We're down to 24. So you're looking for a top 10 finish to get leaderboard points here. Big Worm with a hook takes out Jamie Penguins. We're down to 23. Again, Big Worm with a hook. Flantality, Prince Paradox, both eliminated. We're down to 21. I'm going to use the 9 lives command. Not many people have this exclusive Soul the Catfish, the rainbow one here. A 9 lives command. When it works, it can be nice. Like most things, I guess. Real insightful there, huh? Meanwhile, the opponent's like, whatever. We're no-showing here. We gotta regroup. These commands are roughing us up. Need to check with the pink foliation to see if the color change will work. It was not working for me when I tried it yesterday. Speaking of Felicia, Pink Felicia takes out Lexi Lex and Random King. We're down to 19. I love how you can customize things in this game as far as the opponents, the enemies. You can make it where it's no limits on the kills. You can make it where they fly through quickly. You make it where they go slower. You can make it your own. Mix in the great artwork, the great community of people, the motivation for people to play as much as possible, trying to get those top finishes on the leaderboard. All of that new anti-bot stuff in place to try and minimize bad behavior. People here live, ready to play. The opponents do come back. You get to the point where, like, okay, I'm going to have to hit a button, and that's when they return. You cannonball. Let your guard down. Vipers are, Azile, Rising Dragons, all eliminated. We're down to 16. Cannonball again. Doing some damage. Jinteri, Chucky, and Naznara eliminated. More than half the field is out. We're down to 13. Depth charge. Gonna get Jungle Banana and Bonnie T. Down to 11. We're close to that top 10 mark. Word of Pink Felicia, but I think one of those commands must have driven her away before she showed up. When she was there, I missed her. Rando, be grateful. What's going on there on the right bottom corner? Jeff and Force Layer. Like two cats trying to swat at each other. You can't leave the cage. You can't leave the tank. Hide the right corner there, I guess, but we'll see how long that lasts. It's Twitchy Tides, Freeform Episode 6, NashvilleLou live, and here comes Pink Felicia, and there goes Panda Chan. Winterfell's out, but at least got a top 10 finish out of it. The remaining fish, you're all looking at leaderboard points for that monthly competition. Based on the outcome of this game, you've already locked it in. The better you do, the more points you're going to get. But who's going to be the winner? Here comes Debo. Debo the Shark. One down right to left down Broadway, then turn back the other direction, but still dangerous. It's this way and that. Finally will leave. Not taking out anybody. Force Slayer's Neon Leon still trying to search for are there any ways out here on this right side? Have we looked to find details? Meanwhile, Pink Felicia is going to ruin that planning. Taking out Liquid Shell. I'm out as well with my Soul the Catfish, and we're down to 7. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou live. This is so much fun. Absolute blast streaming this game. And playing it, which helps. Silent One and Luar both eliminated by Big Worm and that hook. So we're down to 5. Now it's Debo the Shark. Going left to right, bottom row. A turnback or a help Force Slayer out there from a timing standpoint. After all that Nash gets chomped by Debo. Debo's still dangerous, another chomp, and that will take out Nadu 6, and we're down to 3. Quite the turn of events. We got Jeff 0079 going Tonto. And then Force Slayer riding high and low on that right side of the screen. Now it's Pink Felicia. There goes Jeff 0079, eliminated. We're down to 2. It's going Tonto and Force Slayer, the last 2. We'll be back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Star Time. Going Tonto hits a depth charge. That's going to do it. Congratulations, Force Slayer. Hanging on that right side of the screen worked out, and that's back-to-back wins for Force Slayer here on NashvilleLou Live. Congratulations. So that's back-to-back games with back-to-back winners. Jeff 0079 won in games number 4 and 5, and games 6 and 7 is Force Slayer getting the victory here on NashvilleLou Live. In addition to that, top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. So for Winterfell on up, I'll get a few, more than a few. But the most go to Force Slayer. He gets the victory here. Game number 7 of this broadcast here on Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 6. Back open for this next Twitchy Tides game. We cross 7:30 a.m. Eastern. Those just waking up, good morning. Some of you halfway across the world, what are you waking up? It's almost dinner time here, pal. So it's exclamation point play in chat to get into this next Twitchy Tides game. The doubleheader broadcast day for me. Coming up 6:30 p.m. Eastern. So 23:30 UTC. Those of you staying up late in Europe, in Africa, got a spare TV, computer. Turn on my stream, check out some Warsaken Blitz. I'll be taking on Cartman Bra. Then we'll have, between those Warsaken Blitz games, we'll be having some Twitchy Tides games. So that should be a lot of fun. Got some good prizes. Make it worth everybody's time. That's coming up 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC start time. Here on NashvilleLou Live. We've got 17 people. Well, obviously, they've been open a minute. I've got 17 people in already for this next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation point play in chat. You'll note sometimes the Twitchy Tides bot will confirm that somebody's really there. They'll prompt them for a specific keyword in chat. All I have to do is give them the keyword they ask and it'll let you in. So definitely make sure you look on screen to see that your name and fish shows up. Usually it's pretty good about asking you right away if it's going to challenge you. I have had it happen before where it was in like a stream for somebody. It may have been, whoever it was, it doesn't really matter. But I got in there. They didn't have they weren't showing the list of participants on screen. Ended up having to step away. Somebody's at the door or something. By the time I got back, game had already started and I saw that I got challenged, but it didn't show up on screen. It was like a delay to it. But that usually doesn't happen. That's not the norm. We've got 19 players in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. Exclamation point play, get you in. Go ahead and bring the overlay down. I'll jump in for this next one with exclamation mark play. That'll get us to 20. The minimum is 10. But the more the better, the way I see it. We'll go through the list of players here in a minute. We'll get this next game started. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. Monthly competition. You can find the very latest standings over on twitchytides.io. There's all sorts of information there. There's a link to the Discord page, information on how to make a wax wallet. Various ways you can do that. We've got 22 players. Let me go through this list of participants. We'll get this next game going. You're on NashvilleLou Live. We got Nadu6, Jungle Banana, Terran Lore, Chucky, Boar Slayer, Genteri, Flower, Luar, LexiLex, Crypto Gamer, hello, Random King, Prince Paradox, Jeff 0079, Jericho, Flantality, Nashja, me, NashvilleLou, Unmata, Fonny T, Zarveen, Azile, Liquid Chill, Silent One. That's 23 players. Like that 24 Nasnar is in. So for top 10 finishers, you'll be getting leaderboard points. For the winner of this next Twitchy Tides game, the prize, a Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection that'll give you a boost in the fun new game Meta Battler, plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC, with Tides Tuesday and my leg of it that starts at 10 p.m. Eastern. We're going to start things off next Tuesday the way we did this past Tuesday. A lot of people were happy about that. They seem to enjoy it. And why not? Faded Monsuda packs. Sensei Bullrog has a really fun game there that once it gets to the point of having that automation going, and I can figure out the best way to present it on stream. We're going to have fun streaming Faded Monsuda, but going to be a chance for you to win. You, the viewer, but you have to win here on Freeform to get an entry into that giveaway, or finish second on one where I win. Vipers are in to give us 25. So if I win, the prize goes to second place. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. And this next game of Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live, game number 8 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. We start with 25, and it's Debo. Apparently a no-show. Got scared off those commands, people firing them off right away. Trying to keep those enemies at bay as long as possible, at least away from them. Snowstorm command that the new Ray, those reindeer-looking fish. That top 75 got those. Meanwhile, it's a cannonball right away, zipping through and knocking out Liquid Chill, Lexi Lex, and Vipers R. Depth charge, top left, takes out Azile and Jungle Banano, down to 20. That's Pink Felicia up top, going right to left. Nastia and Prince Paradox, both eliminated. We're down to 18. We're players hoping for a top 10 finish in leaderboard points. Depth charge. There goes Chucky. We're down to 17. Bump the microphone. I think there was a problem there before. It wasn't quite balanced the way it would show up on screen. Pink Felicia's indifferent about any sort of balance, just cutting through right there. Anmod is out. Loire out. We're down to 15. Let's see if we can do that 9 lives command. That salty catfish I had, it'll start glowing like that. It'll show the fish get killed and then boom, back to life. But it only has a limited amount of time when it's running and then back to normal. Debo eliminates Crypto Gamer and Genteri. We're down to 11. So we're close to that cut line for that top 10 finish. Those leaderboard points. More than half the field is out. And it's Debo. I'm out. Everybody else is a top 10 finish. Silent One is out to get the number down to 9 as far as the remaining fish. I take my overlay down there in the corner. Almost muted myself. It's the wrong button. No. The technical stuff is not my strong suit, but I do my best with it here. It's worth it for this. So much fun. Big worm, that hook on that right side. Jeff with that spook command scared it off. That jack-o'-lantern. Now Cannonball. Cannonball's going to take out 4 Slayer. We're down to 8. The remaining players, you're all getting leaderboard points out of this for the monthly competition. But who's going to be the winner? Here comes Debo. And his Flantality with that boost. And that Rocco. That's a new one. That's a Series 4 rare fish. Well-timed boost. The bop. But Debo comes right back. Going left to right this time. Gets scared off. The spook command from Jeff. And the enemies sometimes take a bit of a beating here. Got so many of these higher-end fish with the special commands, people that know how to use them at opportune times. Depth charge. Upper right corner, there goes Zarvine. And we're down to 7. And I'll be back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, with Warsaken Blitz and Twitchy Tides. I'll be taking on Cartman Bra. Pink Felicia takes out Nadu 6. We're down to 6. Make that 5 that we're down to with Random King eliminated as well. Prince Paradox says, what I'm hearing, Lou is about to adopt us. I'm not so sure about that. Flantality, we're down to 4. There's so many people that stream or play. I gotta move my overlay again. Tara and Laura building the dam there with that Buster Beaver, bottom left corner. nice hiding spot. And then back out. This is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. This is Freeform episode 6. I'm trying out some different things. All the changes I've tried out, I've liked. Including the way I've got it set up, capping the number of kills a given enemy can rack up on any one pass through. And it's Big Worm in that hook, taking out Jericho. We're down to 3. Jeff 0079, Flower, and Taryn Lore. Last 3 in there. Pink Felicia. Felicia got spooked. All caps there from Jeff. With emphasis. So the battle continues. Final 3. In this Twitchy Tides game here on NashvilleLou Live. Pink Felicia. Going right to left. Felicia takes out Taryn Lore, and we're down to 2. Flower and Jeff, the last 2. And that ability there with that Buster Beaver's quite nice. There's Jeff, a really well-timed freeze, and then also well-timed that snowstorm there from Flower with that new Ray, that reindeer fish. Both players taking measures to stay in the game and keep it going. Jeff and Flower, the final 2. The battle here. Game number 8 of the broadcast. We got Big Worm with a hook. He's on the right side of the screen. Flower get the bounce with enough of an angle. Nope, that's going to do it. Flower gets hooked, and Jeff 0079 gets the victory. So congrats to Jeff. That's 3 wins in 8 games. So a strong start here. You never know how it's going to play out. I've had it where there have been 12 games and 12 winners. And then sometimes it works out differently. You never know for sure. So congratulations, Jeff 0079 gets the win. In addition, top 10 finishers. I'm out of luck. People below me as well, but top 10 and up. The better you did, the more points you get for that monthly leaderboard battle. And it's Jeff 0079 with the win. Back open for the next game, game number 9. Type !play in chat, and that will get you in for this next Twitchy Tides game. And remember, I'll be back tonight, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, taking on Cartman in Warsaken Blitz. We're going to have Twitchy Tides games as well. Do our best to make it worth your time to watch, have some fun, maybe win some cool stuff. We'll have some more cool stuff to be won here live on stream with Twitchy Tides Freeform. It's NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Tides. Freeform episode number 6. Twitchy Tides is the game. Please, Twitch, my Christmas wish. I don't have a long list. I got one thing on that list. I want Twitchy Tides as a game category for here on Twitch. How many people do we have to have playing, streaming at the same time, having a blast, having fun with it to finally get that check mark? Okay. I would reach out to the IGDB if I thought that would actually do any good. I think it would probably be counterproductive. So I'll be patient. I know that something Pop Paragon's working on, but sometimes you have to have a little bit of patience when it comes to the world of gaming and live streaming for that matter. We got 29 people in this next game. You can see in the upper right corner. Of course, Tuesday next week, Tides Tuesday. Those Faded Matsuda Pack giveaways we're going to have. They were a hit this week. We'll have that again for Tuesday. Tides Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. Also later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. So 23:30 UTC. Be playing Warsaken Blitz here live on NashvilleLou Live, taking on Cartman. And we're going to have some Twitchy Tides games in between those. Those Blitz games don't take too long to play. So we'll have plenty of Twitchy Tides games. We'll have some cool prizes. Try to make it worth your while to tune in and check it out. That's coming up later today with Warsaken Blitz. I missed it. We need more of these tournaments for Warsaken Blitz through Blue Mint. I hope we'll get some more of those. I hope we'll have others as well in high-profile places that aren't hidden on Discord. Discord can be wonderful for like-minded people to discuss things. You've got some great Discord communities between Warsaken and Twitchy Tides. Well, we got to spread this to the world, which is what we're doing here. And this is part of why I love Twitchy Tides. This brings this world of wax gaming that gets hidden from so many people. Search engines can barely find out the information about half of these games. No, I get to bring these games to the world, as do the rest of you. It's easy to play. It's easy to stream Twitchy Tides. There are people that English obviously isn't their first language in many cases. Even if they barely speak it, you don't have to, as long as you can understand the commands and get that figured out, you can play and have fun with it. So we got 29 people in. Let's take this overlay down. Let me jump in with exclamation mark play in chat. We'll use the, let's see. Go with a 3 spot. Confirm it's really me. Hey there, Spudnik. You're in. I'm in. Give us 31. Let's go through this list of participants. Did I close that screen out here? I think I did. It worries me when things technically are... No, it's just I had it down here out of the way. All better. No problems. All right, I'm going to read through this list of players here for this next game. Top 10 finishers. You're going to spot in that leaderboard. That monthly competition. Trying to get points from those top 10 finishes. Get a top 150 finish or top 75 or even a top 25. You're very ambitious. It's going to get tougher and tougher, I'm telling you. So, make hay while the sun is shining. Or something to that effect. Let's go through the list of participants. We got Flower, Chucky, Terran Lore, Jungle Banano, Cheshireski, Boar Slayer, Bonnie T, Viper Czar, Loire, Silent One, Azile, Going Tonto, Random King, Liquid Chill, Tree Frog Nada, Unmada, Zarveen, Nadu 6, Flantality, Nastya, Aegis 2017, Crypto Gamer, Naznara, Rising Dragons, Canvas, Jeff 0079, Prince Paradox, Lexilex, Hydruja, me, NashvilleLou, Spudnik, and Winterfell. We got 32 players in for this game. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. For the winner, prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. That's my artwork on wax, my promotional items on wax. You get something from there, it'll give you a boost in the fun new game, Meta Battler. In addition, you'll get an entry into the drawing we're going to have Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned that spot by winning here live on stream on Freeform. It's the only way to get in. You have to win or finish second on one where I win. That's the one other way, I suppose. You want to get technical about it. So 32 players. If I win this one, prize goes to second place. Game number 9. This broadcast, almost 2 hours in. Time just flies with this. Game number 9 begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides. Freeform episode 6. NashvilleLou live in a depth charge. Takes out Flantality and Spudnik. Early on, we're down to 30. Big Worm with a Hook, Azile, and Canvas are eliminated. Most of the enemies are capped at 2 kills per pass-through. Or crossing. Depth charge. Got unmodded. That chain reaction got Chucky. Cannonball will take out 3, so be aware of that. Also flies quite quickly. Got a warning about Debo the Shark, but Debo apparently got scared off before. No, here's Debo. He's like, no, I'm just winding back up. Debo eliminates Crypto Gamer before being sent the other direction. Some of these fish are very powerful with their anti-enemy commands. Now it's Debo. Debo got Random King and Chesharsky, so the kill limit was reached. No further damage done. Down to 23. Let's see if I can use the Snowstorm command with this Ray. There we go. That was the top 75 reward. Now it's Debo. Break spin. There from that Ninja Turtle from Luard. Meanwhile, no laughing matter with that depth charge, taking out Nadu 6 and Viper down to 19. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 6, Big Worm with a Hook. Viper, Czar, and Going Tonto are out. Down to 18. Players are hoping for a top 10 finish. Looking for leaderboard points. Big Worm with that hook. Karen Lore and Aegis 2017 are both out. Half the field is out. We're down to 16. Pink Felicia. There goes Nashja. There goes Silent One. We're down to 14. Remember, I'll be back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Playing Warsaken Blitz and Twitchy Tides. Going back and forth with that, but playing Cartman. About 2.5 hours, give or take. Should be a good time. 6:30 p.m. start time. Big Worm with a Hook takes out Tree Frog Nada, takes out Flower. We're down to a dozen. Players hoping for that top 10 finish. But over on that left side, it's Big Worm with a Hook that takes out Zarveen. We're down to 11. Depth charge. Liquid Chill and Winterfell both eliminated. We're down to 9. The Winterfell gets a top 10 finish out of it, but it's out at this point. Some sort of command there. Maybe the Spook command ran off Big Worm. Thought my Ray was about to get hooked. Let's see if I can use that Snowstorm command. I go to do something, by the time I do it, it's too late, but not there. Bonnie T and Jeff are out. We're down to 6. Got a breakdancing turtle. Got a snowstorm. We got Big Worm with a Hook. Takes out my Daruja. We're down to 5. 9th game of the broadcast. Twitchy Tides Freeform. It's a doubleheader day for me. Here on NashvilleLou Live. Cannonball takes out Loire, takes out my fish. We're down to 3. Prince Paradox, Naznara, and Lexi Lex. The final 3. Depth charge right next to my logo. And a nice play there by Lexi with a dodge. Getting away from that explosive Prince Paradox. Boom. And we're down to 2. Naznara and Lexi, the final 2. They're both looking at nice leaderboard points. Lexi gets hooked. That's going to do it. Congratulations to Naznara. Getting the victory here in this 9th game of the broadcast. For Naznara, that's the first win of the show. Please remember, everybody, that prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast. Those will be sent from my Fulfillments wallets. Fulfillments with an S on the end. If you ever win anything from that or get anything from there, or what is this business? You probably won it here on NashvilleLou Live. Of course, the top 10 finishers, Winterfell on up. I got some as well, those leaderboard points, that monthly battle. We approach 8 a.m. Eastern. Back open for the next Twitchy Tides game. Game number, 10 of the broadcast, right? Yeah, game number 10. So it's exclamation point play in chat to get into this next Twitchy Tides game. Or later today, be back with Warsaken Blitz, taking on Cartman, 6:30 p.m. start time Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. In between games of Warsaken Blitz, we'll have live games of Twitchy Tides. I own more than 13,000 different Warsaken cards. So plenty of options as far as things go with that. Plus, I've got some items in that Fulfillments wallet that I've had sitting there for a while that were given to me by Warsaken to give away. But again, I take that stuff very seriously when I'm giving something to give away from somebody. Okay, I want to make sure it's done the right way. I'll be flippant about it. Go even more care for their stuff than maybe I do for my own, as far as that goes. I'll make sure it's treated properly. Here's we pass 8 a.m. Eastern. Quick reset. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Having great fun as usual here with Twitchy Tides. Almost always a good time when Twitchy Tides is involved. Got a dozen people in right now for this next game. So the plan is for later today, the 6:30 p.m. Eastern start time, taking on Cartman and Warsaken Blitz. Then for next week, for next Friday, we'll flip it. And instead of me being live, it's going to be Cartman live on his stream in that time slot. That's what we're got lined up. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm definitely looking to have some set times where I can play against one person and however many games we need to fill the time. That way it's already set up and ready to go. Plus we got Twitchy Tides games, so there's plenty of incentive to keep people, that even if the Warsaken Blitz isn't their favorite thing in the world, people will sit through all sorts of things to get to play Twitchy Tides. Or if they're just unfamiliar with us, even like or dislike. It's a lot of fun to play Warsaken Blitz, a lot of fun to stream it. The same is true as well, of course, for Twitchy Tides. You got 16 people in here. People just clamoring, saying more. That insatiable appetite. Because people are wanting those nice leaderboard finishes. Not even halfway through the month yet. And even if you're not going to finish top 25 or top 75, you get a 150. An exclusive. All right, so we've got 17 players in for this next game. Make that 18. Special thanks to Carl Casey at White Bat Audio, who makes much of the great background music that I use here on NashvilleLou Live. Funny, I've got different music from Carl Casey that I save usually specifically for Warsaken. A little bit of a darker tone to it. "20 players in. People wanting to play. Saying, let's go, let's do it. So let's do it. Let's take this overlay down. Ooh, I don't click the wrong button. Start to have problems from a technical standpoint. All right, slow down. Make sure I click the right source to close there. All right, so 22 players in. I'll join as well with !play in chat. If you want to play and you're not in yet, don't dawdle. Get in right now with !play. If you've got your Twitchy team set up, you can say numbers 1 through 5. It'll default to the 1 spot, so you don't have to do that one. But let's say if I'm, like for me, I'll use the Extra Life Charity Controller Fish. That's in the 5 spot for me right now, and see it pop in right there. Let's go through this list of participants. We've got 25 players in. We're top 10 finishers. They'll earn leaderboard points. That's something you don't get from those auto run games. As much as those are great fun, I love those games. You get to earn some fun prizes, all sorts of creative stuff being demonstrated. It's a brand new thing with Twitchy Tides. And I'll look forward to doing some of that as well myself when the time is right with that. But here with you live, getting top 10 finishes if you finish top 10. And those will give you leaderboard points for the monthly competition. For the winner, it's a Warsaken Foil Prime card, an item from the NashvilleLou collection, and an entry into that drawing we're going to have to open up Tides Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. Tuesday of next week. You don't have to be present to win. You'll have already earned your spot by winning here on Twitchy Tides Freeform. It's the only way to get in the drawing. Like me going 0 for 97, if that had been just a regular person with some bad luck playing and not winning, they would have not had a spot for last week. Way it works, you got to earn it. Or finish second when I win. Earning it nonetheless. 28 players. Let me read these names here. We're going to start to get a backlog. We got Jeff 0079, Terran Lore, Prince Paradox, Flower, Random King, Lexi Lex, Mydruja, Trisharsky, Aegis 2017, Bonnie T, Naznara, Viper Czar, Chucky, Lore, Silent One, Four Slayer, Notorious Ninja, Nadu 6, Canvas, Going Tonto, Free Frog Nada, Liquid Chill, Azile, Plantality, Zane, Nashja, Crypto Gamer, me, NashvilleLou, and Zarveen. So 29 players. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points for the monthly competition. Winner, you get that Warsaken Foil Prime card, plus the item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus the entry into that drawing for the Faded Monsuda packs we'll have Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. Tides Tuesday for my leg of it. Tuesday next week. So 29 players. If I win, prize goes to second place. Game number 10 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live, and it's Big Worm with a Hook. Early on, Mydruja and Canvas both eliminated. Down to 27. Notice about Debo, but then Debo no-showed. Those commands sometimes will scare off the opponents before they show up, but there's Big Worm. That hook takes out Liquid Chill. We're down to 26. Players looking for top 10 finishes to get leaderboard points. There's the hook. Big Worm takes out Random King and Aegis, and we're down to 24. It's Twitchy Tides, Freeform Episode 6. And it's Debo the Shark. Eliminates Four Slayer and Crypto Gamer. We're down to 22. So Zarveen and Nash are out. We're down to 20. Make that 19. Nadu 6 eliminated. Now it's Debo. One left to right, bottom half of the screen. Naznar's out, I'm out. We're down to 17. So Debo had the max kills for that pass through there anyway, so sit back in the other direction. And we're down to 17. Cannonball. Cannonball takes out Prince, Paradox, Tree Frog, Nada, and Flower. More than half the field is out. We're down to 14. We're more than 2 hours in. It does not feel like it at all for this broadcast. At Cannonball, Loire, Notorious Ninja, Bonnie T are out. We're down to 11. We're close to that cut line, that 10 spot. Get leaderboard points. Depth charge takes out Terran Lore. Viper Czar as well, but Viper does get a top 10 finish out of it. We're down to 9. Who will be the winner of this Twitchy Tides game? Pink Felicia up top. There goes Azile. There goes Chicharski. We're down to 7. I'll be back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Forsaken Blitz and also Twitchy Tides games as well. And it's Debo. Debo the Shark going left to right, bottom half of the screen. And Debo might have missing everybody. Indeed. Debo can't find a fish. We're down to 7. Cannonball. That takes out Going Tonto and Jeff 0079 before getting stopped. We're down to 5. Cannonball again. Lexi Lex is out, so is Silent One. We're down to 3. It's Zane, Chucky, and Flantality, the final 3. Chucky eliminated by that depth charge. We're down to 2. Zane with that Scuba Woofy, and Flantality with that Rocco Series 4 Rare Fish, one of the new ones. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark going left to right. It appears Debo's going to miss both remaining players. The battle continues. Freeze move there by Flantality. Flantality with the Rocco. Zane with the Scuba Woofy. Now it's Big Worm. You see it on that left side of the screen there. That hook. Flantality with that boost will probably take out the line, or maybe not. But Flantality gets enough of an angle out of there to avoid the hook. Then a freeze move. Flantality should be okay, provided that keeps moving the same direction as before the freeze. The hook disappears, so it becomes immaterial. The battle continues. Flantality and Zane, the final 2. Now Debo going left to right. Zane avoided Debo. Can Flantality get away? Yes. Narrow, but got past. Ongoing battle. Zane and Flantality, the final 2. Depth charge. You see it there on the T and Tides, on the Twitchy Tides sign on the left side of the screen. Can't see that. You can see the blinking red. No reading needed there. Flantality with a freeze move. Zane with that Scuba Woofy. The Woofy hits the depth charge. That's going to do it. Congratulations, Flantality. It was a drawn-out battle there at the end. He had to earn that one. He certainly did with the victory there. So Flantality, it's his first win of the broadcast here in game number 10 of episode 6 of Twitchy Tides Freeform. Let's look at the top 10 finishers. So Viper Czar on up. You all earned leaderboard points for that monthly competition. TwitchyTides.io has the very latest as far as the standings go. But it's Flantality getting the victory here. It was game number 10. This is game number 11. Back open. Exclamation point play in chat. We'll get you in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Again, doubleheader day for me back at 6:30 p.m. Eastern with Forsaken Blitz. I'll be taking on Cartman. That should be a lot of fun. We'll have Twitchy Tides games, so everybody get a chance to play with those. Try and make it worth everyone's while. So that's coming up 6:30 p.m. Eastern, which is 23:30 UTC. It should be about 2.5 hours, however long the slot ends up being. Should be a lot of fun. Already got 10 people in for this next Twitchy Tides game. You can join the list as well by typing exclamation point play in chat. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 6, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 6. 25 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Remember, I'll be back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. Taking on Cartman, playing some Warsaken Blitz. We'll be playing Twitchy Tides as well in between those Warsaken games. We'll have some surprises to it, but do our best to make it worth everyone's while. That should be a lot of fun taking on Cartman. The next week, it'll be Cartman who's live, and I'll be playing off stream. I'll probably record it locally and maybe upload it to YouTube later or run it over on Lou Remix or something. We'll see. Got 26 people in for this next game. Let's take this overlay down. I'll get in with exclamation point play in chat. If you want to get in and you're not in yet, do so post haste. Chop chop, lest you miss out. Confirm it's really me. See? Yes, exclamation yes. All right, so I'm in with that Neon Leon. So we got 27 players in for this next game. Top 10 finishers. You're getting leaderboard points that you don't get from those auto run games. Those are great fun. I don't want to make it sound like it's anything negative at all about them, but just to be aware, you don't get those leaderboard points from those. You can get some great prizes, all sorts of fun things, rewards, etc. But you can get them here, and you can get them when people are playing live, not with the auto run games. So something to keep in mind with that. All sorts of options is my point, and that's one of the many great things about Twitchy Tides. Let's get through this list of participants. We've got Nashja, Canvas, Notorious Ninja, Chucky, Going Tonto, Jungle Banana, Tree Frog Nada, Viper Czar, Hydruja, Jeff 0079, Liquid Chill, Boar Slayer, Plantality, Flower, Nadu 6, Terran Lore, Aegis 2017, Unmada, Zarveen, Luar, Lexilex, Random King, Cheshireski, Winterfell, Silent One, me, NashvilleLou, Azile, Prince Paradox, 28 players. So for the top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points for that monthly battle. Mentioned before, those Neon Leon fish, you had to finish top 25 in October. Exclusive. Nice reward. See, like the Ray that Flower has there, that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer looking similar fish. That was a reward for top 75, which is what I had for November. I didn't get top 25 for November. The competition getting more and more stiff, more and more fierce. And yet the game remains great fun. I mean, how many games have I played here of this live on stream? Not at all sick of it. If anything, it just gets more and more interesting with more and more different fish in the mix. All right, 28 players. Prize for the winner, a Warsaken Foil Prime card. Item from the NashvilleLou collection. Entry into the drawing we're going to have Tuesday, 10 p.m. of next week with Tides Tuesday, my leg of it. Opening up with how we did this past Tuesday. Drawing to find out who's going to win those Faded Monsuda packs. That should be a lot of fun. And that interim time here, we've got Rising Dragons and Inez Nar in, so we got to 30. Really is like a Royal Rumble. 30 players. There can be one winner, though. If I win, prize goes to second place. This next game, game number 11 of the broadcast, begins now. Making a 24-hour stream, says Prince Paradox. I don't know. We're doing a day-night doubleheader today. Meanwhile, that hook, Big Worm went fishing, but nobody on the biting end. So for the moment, all 30 players still in the mix. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark going left to right. Silent One and Liquid Chill eliminated. Remember, most of these opponents, these enemies, are capped at 2 kills through crossing. It's 3 for the cannonball. The depth charge sometimes plays by its own rules. Up top, Nadu 6, Terran Lore, and Unmada. Hit by that cannonball, we're down to 25. Although if I were to do a 24-hour stream, this sort of format would be the way to do it. Because it's easy lifting. It's not the heavy lifting of having to make something entertaining. Tree Frog, Nada, and Azile are out. Down to 23. Because to me, the game itself is everybody gets to play. And when I had 30 people wanting to play me at once or whatever it was at its height for War's sake and Blitz, I had chaos. I had a lot of unhappy people. They wanted to play. One person got to at a time. With this, everybody gets to. That's part of the appeal of Twitchy Tides. So we're down to 21. Prince Paradox and Nesnar are the latest out. Pink Felicia, Zaps Mydruja, and Nashville. We're down to 19. Again, capped at 2 as far as those kills go for Felicia, so nobody else taken out there on that one. To me, it's all about pacing. As far as, okay, how many kills do you maximize as far as the enemy goes? I make the cannonball a bit more powerful. It is a cannonball after all, so you can take out 3. So I'm out. 4 Slayer, Notorious Ninja as well. We're down to 16. Depth Charge. Takes out Rising Dragons and Lexi Lex. More than half the field is out. We're down to 14. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 6. NashvilleLou Live, Depth Charge. There goes Chucky. Loire, that chain reaction. We're down to a dozen. Cannonball. Caught Aegeus on the way in, and way over there on the other side of the screen, Canvas and Flantality caught it. Flantality, at least with the last one out, is a top 10 finish. So the remaining fish all have leaderboard points they're going to get, but how many? Flowers out, Jeff is out. The better you do, the more you get as far as those points for that monthly competition for the leaderboard. So we're down to 7. And it's Debo. Debo chomps away, taking out Random King and going Tonto. Again with 30, we're down to 5. Now it's Debo going left to right. Takes out Chesharsky, takes out Winterfell. We're down to 3. Vipers are that Radiance command. Finally sending Debo back in the other direction, but damage done. It's down to 3. Twitchy Tides, Freeform episode number 6, and it's Debo taking out Zarveen, and we're down to 2. It's Viper Czar and Jungle Banano, the final 2. Who will be the winner? Debo's going down Broadway, right to left, right down the middle. If Viper can keep spinning, they should be okay, but couldn't quite hold the spin. That's gonna do it. Jungle Banano gets the victory. 30-person battle, 30 fish. There's Jungle Banano getting first win of the broadcast there for Jungle. Remember that prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast, and those will be sent from my Fulfillments wallet. Please keep that in mind. So Flantality finishing 10th and on up. Leaderboard points earned. Jungle Banano getting the win. Okay, my notes add a 12th line to it. We're going to have game number 12 opening up here right now. Exclamation point play. Open for the next Twitchy Tides game. Type that in chat and you'll be in. Or if you got a Twitchy team set, there are 5 different fish you can choose from by designating the numbers 1 through 5, whichever one for the respective fish you want to use. Allows you to change fish. If you got one that you've got out there, like, okay, well, I want to use the other one. I'll use the Vape Ape instead. You can switch it if you got it there in your team, and it's a very easy process. Just open the lobby, immediately 8 people, 9 people clamoring to get in. Opportunities for these top 10 finishes. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 6, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. I try and get this background music down to the proper level. There's got to be a way where I can hit a button. It'll do this much more smoothly than me trying to manually do this every time. There probably is. There's usually, if there's an idea I have for OBS Studio, there's usually a plugin that's been created like 5 or 6 years ago that solves the problem. Not always, but sometimes, usually. All right, 25 players in for this next game of Twitchy Tides. The last chance to get in for this particular game. Let's bring the overlay down. We'll be back later today at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. We're going to have Twitchy Tides games in between those Warsaken Blitz games. I take on Cartman. That should be a lot of fun. I've missed streaming Warsaken Blitz. I want the game to look good. I want the game to really shine. And the best way to do that, I think, is this format. So we'll do that for today. Next week, it'll be Cartman hosting. I'll be playing against Cartman. I'll do a live recording. At least that's the idea. Maybe I won't record it, but I probably will and have it for... Make it a Kick exclusive. I don't want to do anything to distract from Cartman's broadcast next week. Especially because there's a whole train thing we got going on with Warsaken and with Friday. So we got 27 players. Let me go ahead and actually get in for this. We'll find out. If not, I'll just... 28 in. Make that 29. I'm in with the Vape Ape. This time the bouncer let me in and check ID. Very thorough. But hey, that's good to be thorough. Make sure people aren't using bad behavior or using bots or breaking the rules for people who are here live, ready to go when it comes to these games. That's the idea of the incentive, right? It's for y'all to enjoy, along with me. I love streaming it. I love playing it. So let's talk about this list of participants. Exclamation point play. If you're not in now, get in as fast as you can if you are interested for this next game. We got a GS 2017, Fawny T, Jungle Banano, Winterfell, Free Frog Nada, Loire, Canvas, Viper Czar, Prince Paradox, Lexi Lex, Nadu 6, SDB 123, Four Slayer, Jeff 0079, Going Tonto, Flower, Cheshireski, Notorious Ninja, Chucky, Zarveen, Crypto Gamer, Azaya, Naznara, Unmada, Silent One. Hello, IMJR000, that Grail Whale. Anytime I see one of those Grail Whales, that gold whale, those are very much few and far between as far as what you'll see with those. Very powerful. Get taken back. Wow, okay. Props. Anybody got one of those, earned it. All right, from there, we got Flantality, Nashja, Jess Tony, Taryn Lore, Bo Reddington, and me, NashvilleLou, the Vape Ape. That's 32 players. Top 10 finishers. You're getting leaderboard points. That monthly competition. Trying for a finish of top 150, top 75, top 25. The way to do that is by winning here. Whether it's on my stream or anyone else's. Not the auto run games don't count toward that. Although there's a lot of fun to be had with those auto run games. You get all sorts of cool prizes. A lot of creativity on display as well. But this is what I have here. We got 32 players ready to go. So top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points for the winner. It's a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Give you a boost in the game Meta Battler. Plus an entry into the drawing we're going to have My Leg of Tides Tuesday when that gets started 10 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday next week. You don't have to be present to win. The only way to get in for that drawing is to win here on Freeform. If I happen to win here, prize goes to second place. That's what we're looking at. 32 players in this 12th game of Twitchy Tides here on Freeform Episode 6. NashvilleLou Live begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides. And right away, it's a cannonball. Loire, Nadu 6, and Notorious Ninja all taken out. Down to 29. I'll do a double take when I look at the run time. 2:42 and counting here. Now, I had a 5-minute countdown for the show, but that's... I don't care. It's still being more than 2.5 hours and feeling more like an hour as far as how... It's positive. Time flies with this. And why not? It's great fun to stream. It's great fun to play. Pink Felicia. Taryn Lore and SDME123 are out. We're down to 26. I think if that Tides Tuesday, we're going to open the show that drawing. It's for those faded Monsuda packs. Big fan of what Sensei Bullrog has with that. Meanwhile, it's Pink Felicia taking out a GS 2017 and Silent One, and we're down to 24. Players looking for a top 10 finish for those leaderboard points. Of course, hoping for that victory. The higher the finish, the more points you get. And it's Debo the Shark. I am JR and Zarveen are out, down to 22. Most of the opponents are capped at 2 kills per crossing. It's 3 for the cannonball. Sometimes the depth charge plays by its own rules. Pink Felicia passing through, taking out Chucky and Naznara, down to 20. It's Twitchy Tides, Freeform Episode 6, NashvilleLou Live. Cannonball, I'm out, along with Lexi Lex and Fawny T, so we're down to 17. Depth charge. That takes out Jeff 0079 and Flower. More than half the field is out. We're down to 15. And it's Debo. Debo chomps away at Viper's R. Gets sent off screen, but we're down to 14. Depth charge, bottom right side. It's going to take out Canvas, take out Prince Paradox. We're down to a dozen. That was Debo. Debo the Shark. Chomping away. Winterfell and Armada are out. So we're down to 10. The remaining fish. Y'all got top 10 finishes and thus some leaderboard points coming your way. The better that you do, the more you get as far as those points. But who's going to be the winner? See that hook from Big Worm that takes out Jungle Banano. And we're down to 9. There's a warning of Big Worm, but must be just on the periphery of the screen. Depth charge. It's going to take out Azile and Bo Reddington as well, so we're down to 5. We're starting with 32. Now it's Debo. Debo the Shark going right to left. Bottom part of the screen. 4 Slayer going Tonto eliminated. And Debo capped at 2 as far as those kills go, so 3 still remaining. Flantality, Jess Tony, and Crypto Gamer. Last 3. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 6, Big Worm with a Hook. Flantality's out and we're down to 2. Crypto Gamer and Jess Tony. Debo. Up top, it's Debo the Shark going left to right. And Jess Tony get that bounce out of there fast enough, indeed. Debo leaves the screen. The battle continues. Crypto Gamer and Jess Tony 19. Cannonball is going to go beneath both remaining fish. The saga continues. Cannonball. Again, both fish are missed there by that opponent. Jess Tony and Crypto Gamer. Who will be the winner? Cannonball's going to split him this time. You never know how a given game of Twitchy Tides is going to go, and that's part of the appeal, at least for me. Pink Felicia takes out Crypto Gamer. That's going to do it. Congratulations. Jess Tony 19 gets the victory. Game number 12 of the broadcast. Good game. Of course, for that top 10, you're talking about those leaderboard points. monthly competition, Jungle Banana on up. Ultimately, just Tony gets the win. All right, back open for our next Twitchy Tides game. More. I mean, at some point I will have to say enough because it's a doubleheader day for me here on NashvilleLou Live. Back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. You're all staying up late on a Friday night over in Europe or over in Africa or staying up late wherever you are. Time zones and concepts like yesterday, today, and tomorrow have a way of getting transcended in this space. In 22 seconds, the lobby's open. Got 15 people in there. People love Twitchy Tides. 17, less than 30 seconds, 17, 18, 19. People just filing in. Want a chance for a top 10 finish. Want a chance to get a victory. Maybe win a Faded Monsuda pack live on stream next Tuesday, on Tides Tuesday. 19 players. 21. So for later today, it'll be 6:30 p.m. Eastern for that Forsaken Blitz broadcast I'm going to have taking on Cartman. I'll be live and Cartman won't. And we're going to flip it for next week, or Cartman will be live and I won't be live. Don't want to split the viewership. Feel pretty strongly about that, particularly with the train setup they got with Forsaken Friday. I've been trying to figure out a way to make that work where I could participate in a way that I thought would be best for all involved. And I think we've got that. So it should be a lot of fun taking on Cartman and Forsaken Blitz. In between games of Blitz, we're going to have Twitchy Tides. I know what kind of a draw this game is. Of course I'm going to have Twitchy Tides. Who wouldn't? I'll tell you, there's going to be a certain point when, like a tipping point for people on Twitch that have been streaming to 3 or 4 people for months and months, and they're stuck in the mud. They don't know what to do. They're going to find this, especially once they add a category for it. I think that's going to help for Twitchy Tides. And whatever friction there is to set up a Wax wallet, it's not that difficult. They've got information on twitchytides.io. And you don't have to have a Wax wallet to play and have fun. You don't have to spend a dime. That's an exclamation point play. The game will give you a fish and you can play for fun. That's an important part of this to me, because I think otherwise, that's too much of that divide as far as the haves and have-nots with the Wax wallet. I don't want that to be something that would drive people away. Because this game it's fun to just watch, but it's even more fun when you can play, and I think the results speak for themselves. We got 25 people. But Forsaken Blitz is a lot of fun. The reason I haven't streamed it much at all is that I haven't had someone that I've known for sure that I can play against. My concern is to go live and not be able to find anybody to play, and then I'm having to beg or bribe people to play, and I think it's important that I not do that. I would love to play against somebody live on stream that has something new on Wax in particular, a new game or a new release they want to promote. Have them come on, play some Forsaken Blitz with me. We can talk about their stuff. All sorts of possibilities. Although, in general, I think me as a solo broadcaster is going to be how I'll do things. But there's so much potential for the co-streaming, particularly for teaching new people. Now, if you've got some people out there that aren't necessarily in the world of Wax gaming or aren't all that familiar with it, and it's somebody that maybe anybody that wants that oomph, and who's streaming here that doesn't want that oomph? That's what everybody's chasing, right? I mean, it's only a matter of time they're going to figure it out. Again, we're getting all this. I got 26 players in here. There's still not a category listing, and that's not Twitchy Tides' fault. That's they're getting put through the paces. But eventually, look, the people are going to keep speaking louder and louder, and we'll get it. So again, back 6:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll be taking on Cartman. It'll be about a 2.5-hour broadcast. We'll have a lot of Twitchy Tides games as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. Coming up later today, the day-night doubleheader here on NashvilleLou Live. We're coming up on close to 3 hours here with this broadcast, and it feels like a half hour. Good times. All right, let's go ahead and take this overlay down. I'll jump in to get us to at least 27 for this next game. you're looking for a top 10 finish to get leaderboard points. Exclamation play, and I'll use the Vape Ape from Las Vegas Ape. That gets us to 27. So let me go through this list of participants here, and we'll get this next game started. If you want in and you're not in yet, last chance. Be fast about it. Exclamation point play, and that'll get you in. So the list of participants, we got Chucky, RCP ADG, hello. Boar Slayer, Aegis 2017, Canvas, Crypto Gamer, Notorious Ninja, Oka Twitcher, Lexi Lex, Naznara, Viper Czar, Jungle Banano, Bo Reddington, Going Tonto, Cheshireski, Jess Tony, Bonnie T, Zane, Random King, Loire, Tree Frog Nada, Rabbit Larry, hello. Rabbit Larry's gonna be part of the Forsaken train today. It's Friday. Be Rabbit Larry raiding into me later. This ain't a day-night doubleheader. So I'm looking forward to that. It's gonna be a lot of fun later today. From there, we got Nadu6, Flower, me, NashvilleLou with the Vape Ape, Pennybags Jr., Zarveen. That's 27 players. So remember, this is something you don't get from those auto run games. As much as those are great fun, I love being in those. I'm so happy we have those. But you can't get top 10 leaderboard finishes on points like you can here. We're just doing it live. At some point, that might change. There may be some other options for that. But a lot of people are showing great creativity with those auto run games. This is me hitting a button and doing it live, pal. Jeff is in to give us 28 players. So top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. For the winner, it's a Forsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection, plus an entry into the drawing we're going to have to start things off for my leg of Tides Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday of next week. A great response this past Tuesday for it with the Faded Monsuda pack giveaways. Many thanks to Sensei Bullrog. Gave me those packs to give away. Been waiting for the right time. So we'll continue that fun. And the only way to get in for that drawing for Tuesday next week is to win here on Freeform. 29 now with Liquid Chillin'. If I win, prize goes to second place. This 13th game of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. Begin with 29. A warning for Debo, but apparently Debo got sent back in the other direction. Got that snowstorm there from the Ray reindeer-themed fish. Get the Vape Ape in there. See if I can use the banana command. Sometimes I go to do that, and that's the time I get hooked or hit with a cannonball or something. There we go. There's the banana. Leave it hanging out there. I like the spinning banana sometimes. You play the banana, then use the spin command. But meanwhile, Debo's had enough with the fun and games. Zarveen and Aegis 2017 eliminated. But again, Debo capped at 2 kills per crossing there, so that's it as far as the damage goes. We're down to 27. Big Worm with a hook. That takes out Lexi Lex and Loire, down to 25. Oh, Flantality saying you have a fish selected. Did you not get in this one, buddy? It's Debo. Debo the Shark, taking out Pennybags Jr. and Jeff, down to 23. I mean, I should remember I just did the roll call like a minute ago, but this is game number 13. It's tough to keep one from the next clear in my head. That cannonball cleared some stuff out as far as the fish go. Zane, Jungle Banano, Notorious Ninja, all eliminated. We're down to 20. Our fish are looking for a top 10 finish here. Random King eliminated by Debo, who's promptly sent back in the other direction. Down to 19. A top 10 finish means leaderboard points. Depth charge takes out my Vape Ape. 4 Slayers out as well, and we're down to 17. Welcome to NashvilleLou Live. Big Worm with a hook that takes out Crypto Gamer, takes out Fonny T, down to 15. This is Twitchy Tides, Freeform Episode 6, NashvilleLou Live, and it's Debo the Shark. Debo, sit back in the other direction. Some of these games to fish have really taken it to those enemies. Run them through the ringer. Depth charge up top. That gets going Tonto with Bo Reddington. Knocks them out. We're down to 13. Now it's Pink Felicia up top. Going left to right. Mocha Twitcher eliminated. Liquid Chill eliminated. We're down to 11. So close to that cut line as far as the top 10 finish for the leaderboard points. Big Worm with a hook. That's going to take out Cheshirski. We're down to 10. So all the remaining players, you're getting leaderboard points out of this. The better you finish, the more you get. But who's going to be the winner? This 13th game approaching the 3-hour mark of the broadcast. And it's Big Worm taking out Canvas there on that left side. We're down to 9. Cannonball. My goodness. Nadu 6, RCP, ADG, and Jess Tony all eliminated. We're down to 6. Now it's Pink Felicia. Going right to left. She got Rabbit Larry. That Snowstorm from Flower. Sent Felicia back in the other direction, but we're down to 5. There's the hook. Big Worm. Viper Czar and Naznara eliminated. We're down to 3. Flower, Tree Frog Nada, and Chucky, the final 3. Depth charge. See it upper left corner. Hard to miss that blinking red, especially on that part of the screen. And a question of the angles. How sharp of an angle Tree Frog Nada gets away. Chucky hits the depth charge, and we're down to 2. It's Tree Frog Nada and Flower, the last 2 players. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform Episode 6, NashvilleLou live at a Cannonball. Going down Broadway, right down the middle. And it went above both Tree Frog and Flower. Flower, that Ray using the Snowstorm command. Now Debo. Debo the Shark. Snowstorm. Debo saw that winter weather advisory and went the other way. Cannonball is going to miss both players. The battle continues. Tree Frog Nada and Flower, the final 2. Cannonball this time gets Flower. That's going to do it. Congratulations. Tree Frog Nada gets the victory. Game number 13 of the broadcast. Another first-time winner for this broadcast here in game number 13 with Tree Frog Nada. Of course, for the top 10 finishers, leaderboard points for that monthly competition. So for Canvas on up, higher the finish, the more you get with those points for that monthly battle. Tree Frog Nada gets more points than anybody out of that. Gets the victory. Game number 13. Back open for the next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get in. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode number 6. NashvilleLou live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here. NashvilleLou Live. The day-night doubleheader for you today. This is Twitchy Tide's Freeform episode number 6. It past 9 a.m. Eastern. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Here on NashvilleLou Live, back later today. 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. Taking on Cartman. And Warsaken Blitz will have Twitchy Tides games as well. Fun prizes. Should be a good time. So I'll do my best not overdo it here with Freeform, but time is a way of flying by. It's wild to be more than 3 hours into this. It just does not feel like it. This is a very good thing, I should point out. It's like the opposite of like when you realize that carpal tunnel makes it hurt to play video games for too long with the button mashers. This is getting old stuff. Isn't too much fun, pal. I tell you. But it's not really something you get to opt in on. No, is it? All right, 28 players. Let's take this overlay down. I'll jump in with exclamation mark play. If you want to get in and you're not in yet, do so right now. Snappy about it. I'll use the Extra Life Charity Controller fish. Get us to 29. So let's go through this list of participants. Then we'll get the next game going. Top 10 finishers. You're getting leaderboard points for that monthly competition for Twitchy Tides. In addition, for the winner, prizes a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Give you a boost in the fun new game Meta Battler, plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have on Tides Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. It's an all-day event. My leg of it starts at 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll have the drawing like we did this past Tuesday. Those Faded Matsuda packs. That should be a lot of fun coming up Tuesday next week. And the only way to get in on that drawing is to win here on Freeform. We got 31 people in. Let's go through this list and we'll get to it. This is going to happen more and more as this game gets more and more popular. Just wait. All right, we got Notorious Ninja, Canvas, Flantality, Rabbit Larry, Flower, Pennybags Jr., Jungle Banana, Random King, Jess Tony, Four Slayer, Nashja, Zarveen, Chucky, Unmata, Jeff 0079, Silent One, Mydruja, Bo Reddington, Cheshireski, Valky. Hey there, Valky. There, we got Zane, Viper Czar, Nasnara, Nadu6, Bulk the Bear, Aegis 2017, Rising Dragons, Mocha Twitcher, Terran Lore, Going Tonto, and me, NashvilleLou. That's 31 players. So top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. That month-long battle. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to the second place finisher. 31 players in this next game of Twitchy Tides. Game number 14 of this broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's NashvilleLou Live. We begin with 31. And it's a wide variety of fish in the mix. Got a Snowstorm from that Ray, the new reindeer themed. That was a top 75 finish. You had to have finished in that 26 to 75 range to get that, like I did. The one for the top 25 isn't in yet, but that should be fun to see when it debuts. There's also a top 150 that has a Santa hat. Be on the lookout for that. Pink Felicia. Pink Felicia takes out Zarveen and Random King. Keep in mind, I've got most of these opponents limited to a maximum of 2 kills through pass-through. Cannonball takes out Jeff 0079 before being sent back in the other direction. Cannonball is the exception, or an exception as far as I have it set to 3. And part of the idea here with Freeform is to try out things like, okay, if you have more of a limit, is it more or less fun? How does it differ if there's 10 people playing versus 31 like we have here? Etc. Depth charge. It takes out Unmata and Mydruja down to 23. Cannonball takes out Canvas, Bo Reddington, Pennybags Jr. We're down to 20. Cannonball up top. Valky's out. Along with Terran Lore and Aegis 2017. We're down to 17. Here's the remaining fish. Depth charge. To the left of that Twitchy Tide sign. Viper Czar and Silent One. Eliminated. We're down to 15. More than half the field is out. Cannonball. I knocked out my fish. We're down to 14. There's the hook from Big Worm. There goes Zane. There goes Chucky. We're down to a dozen. This is Twitchy Tides. Freeform episode 6. Depth charge. There goes Nash. We're down to 11. Cannonball. Takes out Flower along with Rabbit Larry and Rising Dragons. We're down to 8. So the remaining players will all be earning points from the leaderboard. That monthly battle in Twitchy Tides. The better the finish, the more points you earn. Now the question is, who's going to be the winner? Depth charge up top. Nadu managed to get underneath it there. It was a narrow pass. Notorious Ninja bounces underneath it. Nadu got past. I think that flare command managed to disarm it momentarily, but that disarmament ended. And the blast took out Jungle Banana. We're down to 7. Twitchy Tides Freeform, episode 6, NashvilleLou Live. Again, back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC, for Warsaken Blitz and Twitchy Tides. I'll be taking on Cartman and Warsaken as Pink Felicia. What a well-timed spin move by Flantality. Although Felicia able to take out Force Slayer on the way out. Flantality was a half a count away from running into Felicia. That would have been end of the game for Flantality. Instead, the battle continues. Cannonball up top. That takes out Nesnara, Notorious Ninja, and Jess Tony. So we're down to 3. Nadu 6, Going Tonto, and Flantality, the final 3. How much fun this game is? Depth charge. I just had to tell you what's going on with it. It makes it very easy to do. Super spin from Going Tonto. And it's up top, Debo going right to left. Freeze by Going Tonto. Nadu's going to get underneath Debo with that Kylo. Flantality with that Rocco. That new Series 4 rare fish with the boxing gloves, the sub. Those are the last 3. Cannonball somehow splits Nadu and Flantality. That was a very narrow margin there as far as the pass-through, but it happened. So the battle continues. We started with 31, we're down to 3. Now Pink Felicia. Felicia's going to get Nadu 6. Flantality using that boost command. Taking out Felicia. So it's Going Tonto and Flantality the last 2. Big Worm with a hook. Now it's Going Tonto with a super spin. And pop goes Big Worm. The battle continues. Going Tonto and Flantality the final 2. Big Worm with a hook. Upper right part of the screen. Flantality runs into it, and that's going to do it. Going Tonto gets the victory. Game number 14 of the broadcast. That's the first win of the day here on NashvilleLou Live for Going Tonto. And usually the wide variety of winners. And again, prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of the broadcast. They'll be sent out in the order they were won, so please have some patience with me, but they will be sent out. Again, you can look on the wax chain. It's very easy. Look at the Fulfillment's wallet. Fulfillment's with an S on the end. Had to be 12 letters, and that worked perfectly for what I needed. Anyway, so you got the top 10 as well, getting points out of that. Of course, Going Tonto with a win gets the most points, but it's still points nonetheless for Rabbit Larry on up. As far as the top 10 finishers, Going Tonto gets the win. Game number 14. Back open again for our next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation point play in chat. We'll get you in. And this is a double header day for me. 6:30 p.m. Eastern start time. Rabbit Larry's going to set the table with the Warsake and that Friday. Get that raid train. So Rabbit Larry's going to raid into me. I'll be playing Cartman. So that should be a lot of fun. If you've never seen Warsake and Blitz before, now's your chance. You can learn about it. Fun to stream. You know what else is fun to stream? It's Twitchy Tides. I got 14 people. Lobby's not open in 30 seconds. Got 15 people in. I love it. People love this game. Twitchy Tides Freeform. Next game in just a few minutes. NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. Doubleheader day for me. You'll notice in that top right corner, Warsaken live today. Pardon me, taking on Cartman Bra. I'll be facing Cartman in some Warsaken Blitz games, and between those games, we'll have Twitchy Tides games as well. That should be a good time for all involved coming up later today. Part of an all-day thing with Warsaken Blitz. Actually, I have Rabbit Larry raiding in later in the day. Looking forward to that to start things off. And again, there'll be Twitchy Tides games as well. So even if you just have a passing interest in Warsaken, you'll have opportunities. And you know what it means, getting those top 10 finishes. And you don't get in those auto-run games. As much fun as those are, and people have been very creative with them, finding great ways to utilize their promotional skills and doing giveaways and such. But here, when you don't get in auto-run games, those top 10 finishes that count for that monthly leaderboard. You want those top 25 or top 75 or top 100 spots. Here's where the battle happens. And earn those points by having a top 10 finish. We got 33 players in, my goodness. All right, let's take down this overlay. People love Twitchy Tides. I'm telling you, more and more. You can tell there's the momentum is there. The best thing to happen for Wax Gaming and Twitch streaming, in my opinion. All right, let's get in with, let's use the Vape Ape. Using that banana command from time to time. So we got 34 players in for this next game. Top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points out of this. For the winner, it's a Warsaken foil prime card, item from the NashvilleLou collection. It'll give you a boost in the fun new game, Meta Battler, plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC, for My Leg of Tides Tuesday to start things off with those faded Matsuda pack giveaways we'll have. The only way to get on that drawing, though, is to win here on Freeform. All right, 36 players. Let's get this list here. Gotta get started. I'll tell you to the end of the more. People love this. And why not? It's great fun. We got Zarveen, Nadu6, Crypto Gamer, Lore, Random King, Jungle Banano, Unmata, Flower, Chucky, Jess Tony, Pennybags Jr., Azile, Parrot, Zane, Nastia, Billy XBT, Jericho, Canvas, Bo Reddington, Liquid Chill, Hydroja, Going Tonto, Rising Dragons, Four Slayer, Flantality, Mocha Twitcher, Lexi Lex, Cheshireski, Rabbit Larry, Fonny T, Jeff 0079, Naznara, Misty Rios, Silent One, me, NashvilleLou with the Vape Ape, and Bulk the Bear. 36 players. So you're looking for a top 10 finish to get points for that monthly competition, that leaderboard. For the winner, Warsaken foil prime card, item from the NashvilleLou collection, entry into that drawing. You don't have to be present to win, you'll have earned it here. That drawing Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. Faded Matsuda pack giveaways. So if I win, first place prize goes to second. This next game, this is game, what, number 15? Hard to lose count after a while, which is a good thing, because it means time is just flying by. I didn't feel like it. Man, this is fun. All right, 36 players. If I win, top prize goes to second place, and this game begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides. Freeform Episode 6, NashvilleLou Live, and it's Debo. Debo the Shark, chomping through. Takes out Rabbit Larry and Crypto Gamer. We're down to 34. That Ray fish, that reindeer with that snowstorm command. They're always new and interesting things. When that showed up yesterday on stream, I was like, wow. It was a legitimate reaction from, I'd never seen it before. A break spin with that ninja turtle, one might say. Taking care of the Sharks. We're down to 32. Now Debo, back for revenge. Takes out Bo Reddington and Azile. We're down to 30. But again, that 2 kill per crossing limit for Debo does limit any further damage that can be done there, even though sit back in the other direction. Cannonball, the limit's 3. Speaking of cannonballs, bounced around. The Pennybags Jr., Silent One, and Billy XBT are all out, down to 27. Let's see if I can do this banana command. Kapow there. Not sure it was a boost or a flare or what happened. And some of these enemies taking a pounding. It's that banana flying around for some reason. Depth charge takes out Jeff. Not sure if we got Zane as well there. We're down to 25. Cannonball. I'm out, one with Fawny T and Naznara. We're down to 22. Who will be the winner of this Twitchy Tides game? Depth charge. Zarveen and Liquid Chill are out. Down to 20. For players looking for a top 10 finish. Get those leaderboard points, that monthly competition. Cannonball coming through, Going Tonto, Jungle Banano, Jess, Tony, all eliminated. Down to 17, more than half the field is out. And it's Debo. Debo chomps away, taking out Parrot and Mocha Twitcher, down to 15. Depth charge. Flower and Nadu 6 are both eliminated. We're down to 13. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 6, NashvilleLou Live. Bubble command there from Lexi. Up top, it's Pink Felicia. Taking out Misty Rios and Flantality. We're down to 11. That was Big Worm with a hook. Lexi Lex is out. We're down to 10. So the remaining fish, you've got a top 10 finish, so some leaderboard points. Who will be the winner? Big Worm with a hook takes out Rising Dragons, and we're down to 9. Now 3/4 of the field is out. Cannonball, Bulk the Bear, Nasha, and Unmada all eliminated. We're down to 6. Cannonball going down Broadway, left to right. Chasharsky and Chucky are out. We're down to 4. Jericho, Mydruja, Canvas, Loire, final 4. And it's Debo. Debo the Shark, up top going left to right. That flare from Canvas sends Debo back in the other direction. No damage done. The battle continues. Debo, this time lower part of the screen, takes out Loire. We're down to 3, takes out Canvas. We're down to 2. It's Jericho and Mydruja. The final 2. Jungle Banana breaking out the popcorn. There's the hook from Big Worm. Can Mydruja get past it? And I know it won't happen. Got snagged there. That's going to do it. Congratulations, Jericho, 1903. Getting the victory. Game number 15 of the broadcast. So the first win of today for Jericho here on Freeform comes here in game number 15. Congratulations to Jericho on the victory. Of course, for the top 10, you're talking about leaderboard points. The Rising Dragons on up. The better you finish, the more points you get. Jericho 1903 getting the victory. Back open. Game number 16. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get in for this next Twitchy Tides Freeform Episode 6 game. And again, this is a double header day for me. Later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. Get a raid from Rabbit Larry. Got a Warsaken Blitz event going on today. When Rabbit Larry raids in, be ready to take on Cartman, also known as Cartman Bra, who did a really good job following me on Tides Tuesday, this past Tuesday. Made his debut there, so we'll be playing. It'll just be me streaming. I really am hesitant about doing anything to split the stream. And then next week, it's like a home and home series. Football fans, I was joking like it's an aggregate. But it's for fun, really, more than anything. Just to know there'll be somebody there for me to play from a pacing standpoint, having to stop and get somebody to play. It just, This, I think, is going to work so much better. Plus, we're going to have Twitchy Tides games coming up tonight with that. Gotta make it worth everybody's while to be there, because it should be a good time. And of course, Tides Tuesday next week, 10 p.m. Eastern. 0300 UTC start time for that for Tuesday next week. And that's when we'll do the drawing, just like we did this past Tuesday. Those Faded Monsuda packs given away. Only way to get in that drawing is to win here on Freeform. We've got 20 players in. 90 seconds, the thing's open. Already got 20 players in. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform. NashvilleLou live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset here. We got 33 people in for this next Twitchy Tides game. I love it. Exclamation point play. Get you in. This is the first part of a day-night doubleheader for me. Back tonight, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. We're playing Cartman and Warsaken Blitz. We'll have a lot of Twitchy Tides games as well. That should be a lot of fun coming up. I'm having a blast with this. I mean, time just flies by like nothing else with this. More than 3.5 hours in, it just doesn't feel like it at all. We got 33 people in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Let's take down the overlay. I'll join as well with exclamation mark play. If you're not in yet and you want to get in, do so now. I'll use the one spotted. If you just put exclamation play and don't put a number as far as your Twitchy team goes, it defaults to the one spot, and I've moved. Right now, I moved the white and yellow Soul the Catfish out, moved in the rainbow. That epic exclusive one with the 9 lives gimmick. See if I can pull that off. Doesn't always work out so well, but it's fun when poof, looks like you're gone, and you just find yourself back in it. We got 34 players. I'm going to read through the names of the participants. I can do that. Then we'll get this next game started. Top 10 finishes. I mean, you're going to be getting points for that monthly competition, those leaderboard points. The better you finish, the more points you get. But top 10 is the cutoff for earning points. For the winner, prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. It's my artwork on wax. Give you a boost in the game Meta Battler, plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. Part of Tides Tuesday when my leg of it starts. Giving away Faded Monsuda. Those packs Sensei Bullraw gave to me to give away. I'll have some more of that. The only way to get into that drawing, though, is to win here on Freeform. I'm not sure. We'll try and make it balanced so it's worthwhile for everybody. Not sure how many of these games we're going to have. We had 97 last week, and yet seeing how voracious the demand is for Twitchy Tides, it's actually not that surprising to me. It's just going to get more and more this way as far as people wanting to play, and why not? Let's go through those list of players while we're at it. That 34 in there. So it's exclamation point play. We got Azile, Canvas, Crypto Gamer, Jungle Banano, Fat Boy B, Billy XBT, Bulk the Bear, Random King, Parrot, Prince Paradox, Liquid Chill, Flower, Jess Tony, Zaroba, Dadu6, Loir, Zarvine, Lexi Lex, Viper Czar, Cheshireski, Naznara, Bo Reddington, Jeff 0079, Going Tonto, Boar Slayer, Rabbit Larry, Unmata, Chucky, Terran Lore, Autumn's Toys, Nasha, Flantality, me, NashvilleLou, and Fonny T. That's 34 players. So if you get a top 10 finish, you're getting leaderboard points. 35 players. Rising Dragons is in. We need more of those Neon Leons in there. Those are nice to have again. There are only 25 of those, right? The top 25 from October. Only a nice showpiece, but very effective as well. Fun to use in game. All right, so top 10, you're getting leaderboard points. If I happen to win, that first place prize goes to second. 35 players. Game number 16 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. So we start with 35 players in the mix. It's Pink Felicia right away, taking out Random King and Viper Czar. Down to 33. Got a break spin, you got a super spin, got a spook command, got a Lambo, let's see rain. The break spin. It's too much for Felicia there. I keep meaning to check to see if you can change the color of Felicia. It wasn't working yesterday, but it was the day before, so maybe it was a temporary issue. Meanwhile, Big Worm with a hook takes out Zarvine and Going Tonto. We're down to 31. A lot of fish in the mix. And it's Debo the Shark. Eliminates Fonny T and Azile. Most of the enemies have a maximum of 2 kills per crossing. It's 3 for the Cannonball. And I can't promise anything with that depth charge. Sometimes it has a mind of its own. Cannonball takes out Terran, Lure, Canvas, and Unmata, and we're down to 26. Now it's Debo the Shark. Up top. Debo takes out Zeroba, takes out Fat Boy B, and we're down to 24. Cannonball. That Cannonball takes out Bulk the Bear, Loire, and Rising Dragons. Down to 21. A Snowstorm or Break Spin. You got a Cannonball up top. That Cannonball takes out Force Slayer, Autumn's Toys, and Nashville. Down to 18. Cannonball again. Pisharsky, me, and Prince Paradox all out. And we're down to 15. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 6, Depth Charge. That eliminates Jess, Tony, and Chucky, and we're down to 13. Oh, Reddington, that Lambo's going to make it rain. Big Worm with a Hook takes out Liquid Chill and Nadu 6. We're down to 11. Big Worm. That Hook takes out Billy XBT. One of those commands stopped the Hook from doing anything further, though. We're down to 10, so the remaining players will all get leaderboard points for finishing top 10. But who's going to be the winner? Debo the Shark chomps away, taking out Crypto Gamer and Parrot. We're down to 8. That's the maximum kills for Debo here, so nobody else, unless it really surprised me, will be damaged by Debo on this one. But then just wait for that next appearance, and it resets as far as the maximum kills. This is a new pass-through at that point. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou live, and it's a depth charge. You see it there, that right side of your screen. That blinking red. There goes Flower. That Ray Fish eliminated. We're down to 7. Cannonball. Lexi Lex is out. Naznara is out. We're down to 5. Depth charge, that eliminates Flantality. We're down to 4. Jeff 0079, Rabbit Larry, Jungle Banano, Bo Reddington, the final 4. Big Worm with a Hook, that eliminates Jungle Banana. We're down to 3. Jeff 0079, Rabbit Larry, and Bo Reddington, the final 3. Look out for Debo. It's Debo the Shark. Is Bo Reddington low enough to avoid? Indeed, but Jeff runs into the teeth there at Debo. We're down to 2. It's Rabbit Larry and Bo Reddington, the final 2. Depth charge takes out Rabbit Larry, and congratulations, Bo Reddington. Victorious here in game number 16 of the broadcast. Please remember, prizes will be sent out shortly after the conclusion of this broadcast. Those will come from my Fulfillments wallet. They'll also be sent out in the order they were won, so particularly for those winning later in the show, please be patient. You'll be able to look on the Fulfillments wallet. It's listed. That's the nice thing with the wax chain. You can look and see what was sent out and when and where. Complete transparency. It's quite nice. All right, so top 10 finishers. So Crypto Gamer on up. We all won leaderboard points with a top 10 finish. Bo Reddington gets the victory there in game number 16. So now open for the next game, game number 17. As I said before, the demand for Twitchy Tides seems to always outweigh whatever drive I have to keep streaming. It's like it's never enough. People want more, and why not? This game is great fun to play, super fun to stream. And for me, it's part of a doubleheader today. I think I keep my voice in mind, but be prudent with that, trying to do too much shouting. I'll be taking on Cartman at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. That's 23:30 UTC. So just about a half hour before midnight Greenwich Mean Time, or UTC, or however you want to qualify it. For those of y'all staying up kind of late tonight in Europe and in Africa and wherever, if you're up, definitely invite you to tune in. We're going to have Twitchy Tides games between those Forsaken Blitz games. So it should be a lot of fun taking on Cartman. Then next week, it'll be flipped. Cartman will be streaming live and be hosting, and I'll be off stream. That should be fun to see for next week as well. Compare and contrast. 15 people, and they've been open for a minute, people wanting to play more with the Twitchy Tides. Freeform Episode 6, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 6. We've got 25 players in for this next game. If you want to get in, now's the time to do so with !play in chat. Type that and hit enter. You have to do that. I want to make sure that the game recognizes your entry. Sometimes it'll check to make sure you're a real person, not just a script that's putting play every certain number of minutes or whatever. We've got 27 players in. Includes Rabbit Larry. Later today, it's going to be Rabbit Larry with Warsake and Blitz doing a raid into me. I'm going to be taking on Cartman. Slated to start 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Go for about 2.5 hours with that. Should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. I missed playing Warsake and Blitz, and I think this approach is going to work out pretty well. So let's take the approach of taking down the overlay. We'll bring that down. I'll jump in as well. Looks like Billy XBT. The checking if you're really there, bot. Gotcha. I'll go exclamation. It gets me sometimes too. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay, which is a problem. But generally it works out pretty well, it seems. They've been testing it out. There's so much new stuff with this. I love being a part of it. So I'm in with the Vape Ape. Stick with what works. So 28 players. I'm going to read through the list of participants. Then we'll get to this next game. We got Autumn's Toys, Bulk the Bear, Flower, Jungle Banana, Jess Tony, Jeff 0079, Going Tonto, Boar Slayer, Parrots, Zarveen, Prince Paradox, Lexi Lex, Bo Reddington, Crypto Gamer, Nadu6, Liquid Chill, Shireski, Canvas, Saroba, RCP ADG, Naznara. Hello to Dave Ira. Dave Ira in. From there, Viper Czar, Tree Frog Nada, me, NashvilleLou, the Vape Ape, Rabbit Larry, Rising Dragons, Ivanov 007, hello, and Random King is in. That gets us to 29 players. Top 10 finish means you'll get points for the leaderboard, that monthly competition. Want to get some of these exclusive fish? See some of the nice options that have been in the mix from the last couple of months. From the Neon Leon, some of this new stuff with the Christmas theme to it, including the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer style Ray fish. I think there's one of those. Yeah. No. If there's not, I'll switch mine from the Vape Ape. I'll have to move the screen down to do it. Santa Lou, says Prince. It'll be a nice prize going for the top 10 as far as those leaderboard points go. Let's see, what was it? Exclamation play, and then I think I had the 4 spot. Billy XBT is in. Good. I know it gives you a little bit of a timeout when the bouncer doesn't confirm you in time. So I'm glad you're able to get in on that. Gets us to 30. That switched it to the Neon Lee. I think I'm flex. Oh, oops. Let's see. Maybe I should do the... is it lineup? What is the term you use for the team? This is a different way. There we go. Right raising the 3 spot. Move some fish around. I didn't have to, but I chose to. Trying to show off a wide variety here. So let's go through here. Billy XBT and Random King. Okay, it gets us to 30. Making sure I didn't lose my place here. We've got game number 17. It's about to start. 31 players in this one. A Silent One is in with that Buster Beaver. So a top 10 finish means leaderboard points for the winner. The prize is a Warsake and Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. My artwork on wax. Gives you a boost in the game Meta Battler. Plus entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern. Tides Tuesday. I'm going to start my show just like last week. Giving away Faded Monsuda packs. Many thanks to Sensei Bullrog for giving me those packs to give away. That should be a good time. The only way to get in for that drawing, though, is to win here on Freeform. Azile is in to give us 32 players. Let's get to it, shall we? If I win, prize goes to second place. Game number 17 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, NashvilleLou Live. As Pink Felicia took out a Xyle and Flower, so we're down to 30. Remember, players are looking for a top 10 finish. Looking for leaderboard points. Easier said than done, especially with a field of 32. At the moment, down to 30. These fish with their powerful defensive maneuvers got the opponent scared. They'll come back. Big worm with a hook. That takes out Billy XBT and Lexi Lex down to 28. Twitchy Tides Freeform Episode 6. As a cannonball, Bo Reddington, Ivanov 007, and Crypto Gamer all eliminated down to 25. I can use the snowstorm command, can't I? There's Debo the Shark. Eliminating RCP ADG and Rabbit Larry. We're down to 23. Right now with a snowstorm. There. And that snowstorm was pretty timely there. I would have been toast. Debo the Shark was heading my way with that snowstorm. Sent Debo back the other way. But Debo undeterred. Back this time taking out Bulk the Bear and Cheshirski down to 20. Depth charge. Takes out Silent One and Jess Tony down to 18. This is Twitchy Tides here on NashvilleLou Live. Depth charge up top. Takes out Autumn's Toys down to 17. Remember, this is part one of a day-night doubleheader for me back at 6:30 p.m. Eastern for Warsaken Blitz taking on Cartman. Cannonball. The cannonball warning, but it no-showed. There's a cannonball. Had to reload. Cannonball. As it's down to 14. Tree Frog, Nada, Zarvine, and Rising Dragons are out. The cannonball. Harriet and Dave Ira are out. I was looking down for a split second. Sometimes that's enough for a lot to happen. Again, the cannonball. Liquid Chill, Nesnara, and Going Tonto are out. We're down to 8, so the remaining players, they don't got a top 10 finish. See if I can type snowstorm. There we go, it's snowing again. Just in time for Pink Felicia. I've been pretty lucky with just trying that out. So for the moment, we're down to 8. Cannonball, I'm out. Going Tonto is already out. Zaroba out. Prince Paradox out. We're down to 5. Now it's Pink Felicia. Ground level going right to left. Takes out Jungle Banana. Takes out Viper Czar. But capped at 2. That's all the damage. Down to 3. Jeff 0079. 4 Slayer. And Canvas. See that Flare command. And that Neon Leon. 2 of the 3 fish remaining are Neon Leons along with 4 Slayer. Jeff with that Jack-o'-lantern themed fish. 4 Slayer. Taken out by that depth charge. We're down to 2. Jeff 0079. Canvas 83. The last 2. Cannonball. That got sent the other way by that spook command by Jeff. I don't know which of the fish would have been taken out had that not happened. It's immaterial now. The battle continues. Jeff 0079. Canvas 83. And it's Debo the Shark taking out Canvas. That's going to do it. So congratulations. Jeff 0079 gets the win. That's the 4th win in 17 games here today. But quite a showing by Jeff 0079. Getting the victory here. Game number 17. It's well more than 4 hours in on this and still having a blast. Hello, Hussein. Greetings and welcome. And hello to everybody. If I miss anybody in chat or miss anything, not intentional slide or intentional oversight. Happy to have all y'all with me here. So the top 10 finishers in this game, of course, that means leaderboard points. I'll get some from that. That number 8 finish for me. But it's Jeff 0079 getting the victory in game number 17. It's 4 wins in 17 games. Strong. And now we're open for game number 18. Exclamation point play in chat. Exclamation mark play get you in for this next Twitchy Tides game. And this is a doubleheader day for me, back at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, with Warsake and Blitz taking on Cartman. And we'll have plenty of Twitchy Tides games in there as well. That should be a lot of fun. So I'll try not to overdo it here with this, but it's hard. I mean, it's weird to be more than 4 hours in and it doesn't feel like it, because that's normally I can kind of feel it. And maybe my technical skill might not be as sharp or whatever at this point, but I tell you, it's so much fun. It's easy to stream this game. All right, 7 players in already for this next Twitchy Tides game. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 6, NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. All right, back on headset with you here on the other side of 10 a.m. Eastern. Quick reset. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Got 22 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Episode 6 of Freeform. It's part of a day-night doubleheader. I'll be back at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. With Warsake and Blitz, I'll be taking on Cartman, also known as Cartman Bra. That should be a lot of fun. Also, we're going to have Twitchy Tides games. Plan on having one between each of those Warsake and Blitz games. Those go fairly quickly. So plenty of chances to play and win. We should have some fun prizes coming up. That's with Warsake and Blitz. Today, 6:30 Eastern, here on NashvilleLou Live. All right, so we've got 24 players in for this next game. Let me take the overlay down. I'll jump in with exclamation mark play. I'll just stick with the one. You don't have to put the one. You just leave it as play. And it defaults to that one where you've got 5 different fish as far as the spots in your Twitchy team that you can set. TwitchyTides.io is the website. It's very easy. You can learn how to, if you are brand new to this, you don't understand what this whole wax wallet business is, there's information about that on Twitchy Tides on their website. Also, a link to the Twitchy Tides Discord there. So TwitchyTides.io is the site. Most of you already know about this, but I know there are new people tuning in all the time. This is how this game is going to continue to grow as word spreads. People are like, how do I get my Twitch channel to grow? How can I get more than 3 people to watch me at once? Play Twitchy Tides, let some people know, especially in the Discord, you're doing it. And just wait. Especially if you get some cool prizes. But cool stuff right here with 28 players in. We'll go through this list of participants. Then we'll get to it. 29. I love it. People are looking to play Twitchy Tides around the clock. To argue it very vociferously. The results speak for themselves. And again, Twitch, please give us a Twitchy Tides category here on Twitch. I implore you. It would be greatly appreciated. And yet, look at this here. I'm in the strategy game. Some people use the crypto category, but I'm like, no, this is strategy games we're talking. You got 30 in here. All right. Let's go through this list of players, and we'll get to it here. This is going to be game number 18 of the broadcast. Having so much fun with this. All right, so for this next game, we got Bo Reddington, Lexi Lex, Bulk the Bear, Rising Dragons, Going Tonto, Billy XBT, Parrot, Autumn's Toys, Terran Lore, Zarveen, Jeff 0079, Plantality, Boar Slayer, Bonnie T, Tashirski, Silent One, Random King, Hussein Muhammad, Rabbit Larry, Nadu 6, Ivanov 007, Nastia, Crypto Gamer, Jericho 1903, Luar, Tree Frog Nada, Jungle Banano, me, NashvilleLou, that rainbow solar catfish, Prince Paradox, Canvas, Viper Czar, Zaroba, Liquid Chill, Naznara. We got 34 players in. Again, more than 4 hours deep with this broadcast, going strong and having a blast. People looking to play. So what you're looking for here, trying to get a top 10 finish. Get those points for the leaderboard. Monthly competition. It's not going to get any less fierce. In 2025, it's not like it's going to get easier. You know, it's just the group of people playing continues to grow. And rightly so. This is a fun game. Have to hard sell it, play it, and watch the results happen. So 34 players in, top 10 finishers. You get leaderboard points for the winner. Prize is a Warsaken foil prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Give you a boost in the new game, Meta Battler. Plus an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern. Start off my leg of it with Tides Tuesday, an all-day event. Giving away Faded Monsuda packs. The only way to get into that drawing for that giveaway, those packs, is to win here on Freeform. 34 players. If I win, prize goes to second place. Mocha Twitcher. Give you a chance to get in there. It's the bouncers insisting that you apply there. So if you're there, please do jump back in. I hate to cut you off there just to get the play in. There we go. Mocha Twitcher's in. We got 35. We got to get with that Santa hat, fittingly enough. Let's get to it, shall we? Good luck. Starts now. Twitchy Tides, Freeform Episode 6. 35 fish in there to start things off. And Pink Felicia right away takes out my fish, takes out Silent One. We're down to 33. Got a snowstorm at the boost command there with the Rocco. One of the new ones, Series 4. Rare. Got some new ones in the mix as well as some of those Christmas-themed fish. Liquid Chill going Tonto are out, down to 31. Make that 28. Cannonball takes out Jungle Banano, Hussein Muhammad, and Naznara. Depth Charge. Mocha Twitcher and Jeff 0079 are out, and we're down to 26. It's Pink Felicia taking out Rabbit Larry and Cheshireski, and we're down to 24. Cannonball was coming in there on the left side. Got stopped. Hard to tell which command stopped. You got several strong fish with some unique defensive options. Meanwhile, Debo's not concerned about defensive options. Chomping away, taking out Flantality and Parrot. We're down to 22. Depth Charge. Nash is out, along with Loire, and we're down to 20. Twitchy Tides Freeform. Episode 6, NashvilleLou Live. And it's Debo the Shark up top, taking out Prince Paradox, taking out Jericho 1903. We're down to 18. And remember, I'll be back 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Later today, 23:30 UTC. Cannonball. Zaroba, Bulk the Bear, and Terran Lore out, and we're down to 15. I'll be playing Warsake and Blitz with Cartman Bra. We're going to have some live Twitchy Tides games. Opposed to taped, but you know what I mean. Games where you can win prizes and play and have fun. We'll have that in between the Warsake and Blitz games. That's the plan. Then next week, be like a home and home. I get to host this one. Then next week, we'll be live over on Cartman's stream. So we'll see how that approach works. Depth Charge takes out Bo Reddington and Rising Dragons. We're down to 11. Cannonball. Cannonball took out Random King and Ivanov 007. Ivanov does have a top 10 finish. We're down to 9. So everybody else remaining going to get some points for that monthly leaderboard. But who's going to be the winner? It's Debo cutting across right to left. Chomping out. Taking out Canvas. Taking out Lexi Lex. We're down to 7. Depth Charge. It's Nadu 6 along with Tree Frog Nodded. We're down to 5. Who will be the winner of this Twitchy Tides game? This is NashvilleLou Live. Told Pink Filet should be heading this way, but apparently that flare command from Boar Slayer caused plans to change. Cannonball. Zarvine and Fawny T are taken out. We're down to 3. Viper Czar, Autumn's Toys, and Four Slayer. The final 3. Game number 18 of the broadcast, and it's Debo. Debo the Shark going right to left. Takes out Autumn's Toys, and we're down to 2. Four Slayer. Viper Czar, the last 2. And it's Pink Felicia going to knock out Viper Czar. Congratulations, Four Slayer. Four Slayer gets a 3rd victory for the broadcast here in game number 18. 4 Slayer was victorious in Game 6 and 7. Also now in Game 18. And of course, for the top 10 finishers, you're getting leaderboard points. That monthly competition. So for Ivanov on up, the better the finish, the more you get as far as those leaderboard points go. And ultimately, 4 Slayer gets the win. Back at it. Game number 19. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get in for this next Twitchy Tides game. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform. NashvilleLou live. Open for 12 seconds. Got 9 people in. Hey, people just can't wait to play that next game. Because it's fun, it's easy to play. You can choose not to use commands and sometimes win, as evidenced by what I had yesterday. Getting some wins. Although I guess some of that technically wasn't exactly not using commands when I was testing out that new snowstorm command. That's convenient. Let's gloss over that part of the story. So I'm looking forward to playing some Warsaken Blitz against Cartman. Just playing in general, I've missed it. It is so much fun to play Warsaken Blitz, and just wait for that time when we get that game reward XP. Whenever that and they're going to make sure it's ready. Better that than to put out something that's going to fail or crash on the air or be a problem that makes them look bad and makes me look bad. Better for them to make sure it's ready and make sure it's good to go, because it's a bit of a heavy lift as far as a lot to it. But in the interim, we're going to try this and see if we can have some fun with it. People be playing Warsaken Blitz all day, so if you're new to it, you're still trying to learn, you'll have opportunities. And that includes Rabbit Larry, who's going to have the show prior to mine, as far as that train with the Warsaken Blitz on this Friday. 19 people into this next game. Type exclamation point play in chat. And again, if you have your Twitchy team set up within Twitchy Tides, it's 5 different fish. If you have fewer than 5, then if you have 3 fish, you can set it for the 3 of them. As far as what you want in a given game, if it exclamation point play, then a space, and then the number that corresponds to the one you want. 22 people in for the next game. But what I have in mind with once Game Reward XP mode is ready, that's going to make it a lot easier as far as finding people to play against, because there'll be incentive. Much like how there's incentive here with the monthly leaderboards with Twitchy Tides, there'll be similar incentive to get people to play Warsaken Blitz. And once we get to that point, because that's been the problem I've run into with some of these games. It's still the case with blockchain brawlers. A lot of fun with it in 2022. And we'll see where it goes from here. They're working on a mobile version of it. Anyway, I've played a lot of different games, tried a lot of different things, and I've not seen any game with a kind of response like I've had here for Twitchy Tides. It's not even a game that you can list here yet on Twitch. Still fighting and waiting to see for that to happen. But the way people react, and they want to play, and they're waiting. And you've got people choosing to play to their own volition to stream it live on Twitch. And to me, that's the kind of advertising you can't buy. People choosing to play it and having fun with it. I mean, it's always actions over words. I can talk all day about how great a game is, but if I can show you by demonstrating, and again, it's very easy to stream this. I can't stress that enough. As long as you have the computer to handle it. I mean, that's not what I mean by that. As far as the games themselves are entertaining. You don't have to do play-by-play. I'm a sports broadcaster. It just kind of worked out that way for me. You don't have to say anything. It would be great to have people playing and streaming that can speak different languages, that non-English. Because unfortunately, that's not where I'm going to be much of help. Unfortunately. 25 people in. All right. Let's go ahead and take this overlay down. I'll jump in as well. I like jumping in. Why I say that? I'll type !play, and I'll go with a vape ape, so I'll use the 2. So let's go through the list of participants here, and then we'll get to this next game. Top 10 finishes means you'll get points for that monthly leaderboard competition. And it's not like you lose points if you are out early. It's incentive for people to play. And keep in mind, though, this is for the regular games. The auto-run games, the way it is now at least, those don't count the way that these do. As far as the monthly competition, the leaderboard. But you can win some really cool stuff in those auto-runs. I've seen some great creativity. Not surprisingly, there's some really creative people. As you would imagine, between you cross the world of Twitch live streaming and Wax Chain Gaming, you got some really sharp and creative people. People like Quadrell that can play 4 games of Warsake and Blitz at once and make it look easy. Meanwhile, I'm living and dying with 1. He's like, a lot of dice out there, joking around too about it, dude. This is what amazes me about this world, even now, is that you can see people with these unique talents and gifts that are able to translate that into how they broadcast a given game or how they stream to the world. And it's really interesting. The opportunities that just didn't exist when I got into broadcasting back in the 90s. This is a good thing. This isn't anti-technology. This is positive. This is me from my home, 4+ hours in, and having a blast with it. We got 29 players, 30. All right, let's read the names. Get to it. Save your filibustering for later, pal. Remember, I'll be back 6:30 Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC with Warsake and Blitz. It's coming up tonight, taking on Cartman. Should be a lot of fun. We'll have plenty of Twitchy Tides games as well. You won't want to miss it. All right, so in for this next game. Do I need to pull this back down? All right, we got Billy XBT, Rising Dragons, Jungle Banano, Prince Paradox, 4 Slayer, Lexi Lex, Chucky, Viper Czar, Random King, Cheshire Ski, Crypto Gamer, Campus, Flower, Bo Reddington, Hussein Muhammad, Bonnie T, Nadu 6, Jeff 0079, Unmata, Nasha, Hydruja, Boca Twitcher, Plantality, Autumn's Toys, Parrot, Brazen Blake, hello. I'm in, me, NashvilleLou with Vape Ape, Frog Nada, Zarveen, Silent One, Jericho, and Naznara. That's 32 players. 33, Azila's in. Love it. People want to play. So top 10 finish means points for that monthly leaderboard competition. And for the winner, prize is a Warsake and Foil Prime card, plus an item from the NashvilleLou collection. Give you a boost in the fun new game, Meta Battler. Plus, you get an entry to that drawing we're going to have Tides Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, when my portion of it begins, an all-day event. We're going to open things up, giving away Faded Monsuda packs. The only way to get in for that drawing is to win here on Freeform. Those are the rules. All right, so 33 players. If I win, prize goes to second place. Game number 19 of the broadcast begins now. Good luck. 33 players. It's Twitchy Tides, NashvilleLou Live, Depth Charge. There goes Parrot, along with Mydroja, down to 31. Some Christmas-themed fish. From top 150 finishes. Going with a Santa hat. Top 75. Not sure if it's in here on this particular game. Yeah, it is. Hussein's got it with a snowstorm whipping around. How can I miss that? Meanwhile, Silent One and Mocha Twitch are out. Not sure if I said Lexi Lex and Rising Dragons. And now again, more out. 4 Slayer, Billy XBT down to 25. Cannonball. Azile, Bo Reddington, Jungle Banana eliminated. Down to 22. Can't even pull the banana command off. There. Banana's trying to chase that cannonball. A bit late on that. Jungle Banana, Crypto Gamer out. Down to 21. Now it's Debo. Well, Debo the Shark was heading in. Down Broadway right to left. That kapow. I think it was that boost command there. That Rocco fish that Flantality has. That's one of those Series 4 rare fish. Those in some of the packs, if you're lucky like I was. Meanwhile, it's Debo the Shark chomping away, taking out Prince Paradox and Jeff 0079 down to 19. Where players are looking for a top 10 finish for those leaderboard points. Depth Charge takes out Unmata, takes out Tree Frog Nada. Down to 17. Now it's Debo the Shark. Nadu 6 is out. My Vape Ape is out. More than half the field is out. We're down to 15. It's Twitchy Tides, Freeform, Episode 6. And it's Debo the Shark going right to left. Taking out Cheshirski, taking out Nashville, down to 13. Yeah, pick one of the other Flantality. Spin Freeze combined. You know, it's Pink Felicia cutting through. Bonnie T and Viper Czar both eliminated. We're down to 11. Depth Charge. Got turned off for a second, but eventually does turn back on. That takes out Neznara. Jericho's out as well, though Jericho did get a top 10 finish, so a little bit of a leaderboard point boost there for Jericho. Down to 9, make that 6. Cannonball takes out Random King, Zarveen, Autumn's Toys. We started with 33, we're down to 6. Got a couple of those Ray Rays in there, those new ones. Those top 75 finishers. People like me. Oh, there's a depth charge just above my logo there in the bottom left corner. Heads up on that. That depth charge. A boom takes out Flower. We're down to 5. That Snowstorm. That's a new command there that Hussein showing off with that other reindeer. The only one left in there out of the 5. Meanwhile, it's Debo the Shark chomping away. Brazen Blake is out. Hussein is out. We're down to 3. Flantality, Chucky, and Canvas. The final 3. Be Debo going right to left. Flantality ends that spin just in time. Can they get the bounce? Enough of an angle to get past. Well, that flare command. Canvas gets the win using that flare command. Flantality and Chucky taken out by Debo, just like Brazen Blake and Muhammad were before. So Canvas gets the win. Game number 19 of the broadcast. That was a bit of an unusual finish. Check the video later. I'll make VODs. Make highlights of these broadcasts after the fact. So they stick around indefinitely here on Twitch. I mean, nothing's permanent, obviously, but they'll let you keep it around indefinitely. But you have to go to the trouble of making it a highlight. But it's easy to do. Yeah, it's hard for me to complain too much about Twitch. It's just a stream to the world. Also, hello to everybody watching on Kick. There are people that watch on Kick, people watching on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, you can chat and you can play live, but available in both places. All right, so along with that first place finish, we've got top 10 to talk about as far as the leaderboard points. Jericho and on up. Those people, those players, they're all getting those leaderboard points for the monthly competition for Twitchy Tides. All that information, the standings, you can find over on the Twitchy Tides website, twitchytides.io. Canvas gets the win. I scroll down too far. So, the right part over here on the list. Canvas gets the win. Game number 19 of the broadcast. I can barely believe it. Time's just flown by. More than 4.5 hours in. And I'm not done yet. Still having a blast with this. This is fun. So 20. Game number 20. One thing, you do reach a certain point. Trying to hit the slap happy stage. Oh, that can be amusing in its own right. All right, so we're open for the next Twitchy Tides game. Exclamation point play. Type that in chat to get in. Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 6. NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. right, back on headset with you here on NashvilleLou Live. More than 4.5 hours in, my goodness. Here we are with game number 20. Here with Twitchy Tide's Freeform. I'll be back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 23:30 UTC. Not too long before midnight UTC. I'll be taking on Cartman Bra and some Warsaken Blitz in between those Blitz games, which aren't, as you might guess from that name, Blitz games go rather quickly as compared to the full game, certainly. There'll be plenty of time in between those games for some Twitchy Tides. So looking forward to that. So right now we got 28 players in for this next Twitchy Tides game. Take the overlay down. I'll get in as well with exclamation mark play. I'll go with the 3 spot in my Twitchy team, which today has Ray Ray, the reindeer, one of the newest additions I got for finishing top 75 in November. Some of those leaderboard points, I know most of y'all here are acutely aware. That's part of the draw, part of the appeal, which is great. It's a smart way to do it. So I'm going to go through this list of participants, and we'll get to it with this game number 20. Twitchy Tides Freeform. Day-night doubleheader here. This being the first part of it. Okay, so let's go through this list of participants. Nadu 6, Loir, Crypto Gamer, Prince Paradox, Plantality, Jess Tony, Jungle Banana, Billy XBT, Autumn's Toys, Random King, Bo Reddington, Going Tonto, Cheshireski, Gary the 7th, Canvas, Hussein Muhammad, Bonnie T, Viper Czar, Notorious Ninja, Zarveen, Bydruja, Boar Slayer, Jeff 079, Liquid Chill, Lexi Lex, Parrots, Chucky, Braze and Blake, Azile, and me, NashvilleLou. I've got that Ray Ray in there, that reindeer fish. 12 days from Christmas. Time's got a way of sneaking up on me. I found the older I get, the faster it seems to move. We've got 30 players in, top 10 finishes. That'll mean points that'll give you a boost for that monthly leaderboard for that competition. And for the winner, prize is a Warsaken Foil Prime card, item from the NashvilleLou collection, and an entry into that drawing we're going to have Tuesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. My portion of Tides Tuesday, which is an all-day event with Twitchy Tides, my portion of it gets going here on NashvilleLou Live at 10 p.m. Eastern, 0300 UTC. You don't have to be present to win, since you'll have already earned that spot here live on stream. I know that some of you will be asleep at that point. But the only way to get in that drawing is to win here on Freeform. RCP ADG is in. That gives us 31 players. If I win, prize goes to second place. Game number 20 of the broadcast. Begins now. It's Twitchy Tides Freeform, Episode 6, NashvilleLou Live. That is Pink Felicia taking out Fonnie T and 4 Slayer, and we're down to 29. I like this, the way I've tried this out, where you've got the enemies limited to 2 kills per crossing, with the exception of the cannonball. To have it 3. Of course, if you had 100 people in there, 100 fish, it might be a different matter. But for what we typically had here, we've had some nice crowds competition-wise. We're down to 27. Raisin Blake and Autumn's Toys are out. But again, make sure if you have the opportunity, you're up. You can leave your computer on for the Warsaken Friday. There's Big Worm with a hook taking out Cheshireski, down to 24. So I'll be playing Warsaken Blitz against Cartman Bra. We'll have plenty of Twitchy Tides games. It'll be a lot of fun. Not so fun with that depth charge for Lexi Lex and Loir, both eliminated, down to 22. And now it's Debo the Shark, one left to right. Look out, Liquid Chill Be careful, there's one more. And indeed, that second kill. Notorious Ninja's out. We're down to 20. Depth charge. That snowstorm might have blown that one off to sea. Otherwise off screen. Meanwhile, Debo. Canvas is out. Herod is out. Down to 18. Cannonball. Jess Tony, Nadu 6, Random King, all eliminated. We're down to 15. More than half the field is out. Cannonball, Azael, RCP, ADG, and Going Tonto, all eliminated. We're down to a dozen. Game number 20 of the broadcast. Twitchy Tides Freeform. And back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. With Warsaken Blitz. A bunch more Twitchy Tides. And now it's Debo the Shark. That flare from the Neon Leon fish from Prince Paradox. We'll send that opponent the opposite direction. Meanwhile, that hook, Big Worm, got sent in the other direction. We're down to 11. Big Worm with a hook takes out Bo Reddington. We're down to 10. So the remaining players will all earn leaderboard points thanks to a top 10 finish here. But he'll be the winner. Big Worm with a hook. I'm out. Along with Gary the 7th. We're down to 8. It's Twitchy Tides. Freeform Episode 6. NashvilleLou Live. Vipers are. And Jeff 0079 both taken out by that depth charge. We're down to 6. Now it's Pink Felicia going right to left. Prince Paradox is out. Hussein Muhammad is out. Down to 4. Flantality, Billy XBT, Jungle Banano, Chucky, the final 4. It's Debo the Shark. Bottom half of the screen going left to right. Debo's going to chomp away and take out Billy. We're down to 3. Jungle Banano, Flantality, and Chucky, the last 3. Depth charge, you see it there. Lower mid. Chucky gets taken out. Jungle Banano gets taken out. And that's going to do it. Congratulations. Flantality gets the victory. Game number 20 of the broadcast. So Flantality won game number 10. And then here in game number 20, a bit of symmetry. A victory for Flantality. So congratulations. That means another entry into that Faded Monsuda Pack giveaway. We're going to have the drawing Tuesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. Looking forward to that. The Tides Tuesday. Looking forward to later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. 23:30 UTC with Warsaken Blitz. I'll be taking on Cartman Bra. It's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to seeing how that one plays out. All right, so non-fungible lotteries live. Got some Warsaken going on. Got some Twitchy Tides going on. I'll be back later today, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. But please, let's go over and say hello to non-fungible lottery. Some awesome Nashville is. Doxing, he's mentioned on stream before about living in the Nashville area, just like me. So please say a warm hello and maybe play some Warsaken and maybe play some Twitchy Tides over there. But first, let me do the SIG out so I have a cut point for the VOD. Again, I make these broadcasts, these VODs, I turn them into highlights so they stick around indefinitely here on Twitch. That's going to do it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time.